Chapter 1075. A violet gold longevity pill that can extend one's lifespan by 30 years. Qin Shijun's abrupt loss of composure caused many of the cultivators present to cry out in shock. Like Qin Shijun, many of them stood up from their seats. Their eyes stared intently at the purplish gold round pill hovering on the platform. That included Chu Haishao and the Chu brothers, who had looks of shock on their faces. Seeing Lu Ping nod in their direction, Chu Haishan slowly sat down with a thoughtful look on his face. Chu Haishan also sat down, but he couldn't help but stretch his head out and whisper, "Big brother Xiao, didn't they say that longevity pills over 15 years in the cultivation world must contain the myriad wonder jade nectar? Did brother Lu refine this pill himself? If so, doesn't that mean that brother Lu has the myriad wonder jade nectar?" Chu Haishan's expression fluctuated. No one knew what he was thinking. After a while, he said, "It is most likely that brother Lu refined it himself. Let's wait until the auction is over before we talk about it." Qin Shijun's expression calmed down. Then he asked everyone's question. Brother Lu is truly generous. No matter what sect or sect it is, if they have a supreme treasure like the purple gold longevity pill in their hands, they would do everything possible to hide it and use it at a critical moment. Brother Lu directly taking it out for a transaction can be considered unique. However, I don't know what brother Lu wants to exchange this purple gold longevity pill for. The violet gold longevity pill flickered with a faint light in the air. Even a spatial talisman couldn't conceal this enchanting light, causing Lu Ping's face, who was standing behind the pill, to become indistinct. Wind drumming technique. I need the complete inheritance of the wind drumming technique. The cultivators in the pavilion were in an uproar once again. Qin Shijun's expression changed, and he asked with slight surprise, "Wind drumming technique? Is your sect building a treasure ship? Right now, your sect doesn't have the qualifications to be a large sect, but it seems that your sect is very confident in itself." Wind drumming technique was a propulsion array for treasure ships to sail on the sea. Treasure ships usually needed at least one large spirit vein to provide propulsion, but in order to convert the power of the spirit vein into propulsion, a propulsion array like the wind drumming technique was required. There was more than one type of wind drumming technique. All large sects with treasure ships usually had their own array for this technique. The windward wave technique rune array on the wreckage of Fei Ling's sect's treasured ship had long been broken. Although Zhen Ling's sect had collected some incomplete inheritances regarding the windward wave technique, they were still incomplete. Lu Ping had carefully asked enlightened Xianqin, enlightened Tian Laozu, Tian of Shui, and enlightened Xian of Daoist, and other formation and talisman. This wind drumming technique required at least a supreme secret technique. Zhen Ling's sect did have a few supreme divine abilities that were passed down in this way, but none of them were suitable to be converted into the wind drumming technique. Lu Ping's self-created Great River Flowing East Sword technique was possible, but unfortunately, the Great River Flowing East Sword technique that had been modified and condensed in the Gentian Pearl could only be regarded as a top-notch great sword technique, far from a supreme secret technique. Hearing Qin Shijun's question, Lu Ping smiled and said, "I'm just preparing for a rainy day. Brother Qin came from the Crystal Palace, so you naturally don't know how long and complicated the process of building this treasure ship is. If we wait until the sect has 2 great cultivators before starting the construction, I'm afraid it may not be completed even after 200 to 300 years. Moreover, nowadays, there are many sects in the overseas that are interested in becoming large sections. Which one of them doesn't have a treasure ship construction project?" Qin Shijun was stunned by Lu Ping's words. He came from the Crystal Palace, which was a veritable holy land in the cultivation world. Its inheritance had always been at the top of the cultivation world since the 7th patriarch opened the sky, so he naturally didn't know the difficulties of the other sections. He could only embarrassedly smile and didn't answer. In the cultivation world, the longevity pill was an extremely special existence. Normally, a 10-year longevity pill was already very precious. A 15-year longevity pill not only required the 10,000 wonder dew, but it was also not a small challenge even for highly skilled alchemy grandmasters. A 20-year longevity pill was something that an alchemy grandmaster still had a little bit of confidence in. However, if it was a 30-year longevity pill, even an alchemy grandmaster would have to rely on luck to successfully refine it. A 30-year longevity pill was enough for a sect to overcome the predicament of a lack of successors. A 30-year longevity pill was enough for a Dharma adept who was on the verge of passing away to have a chance to break through the bottleneck of his cultivation and welcome another extension of his lifespan. At the very least, it would be enough for him to calmly arrange his own inheritance. A 30-year longevity pill was enough for a sect to pass on its legacy for 10,000 years. Just as Lu Ping and Qin Shijun were conversing, the platform in front of Lu Ping had already flashed with the light of several space magic powers. 4 or 5 jade scrolls flashed out of the space channel and landed on the platform. Lu Ping smiled at Qin Shijun and began focusing on the general contents of the jade scrolls. Qin Shijun was slightly taken aback. Then he slowly sat down, a calm expression on his face. It was unknown what he was thinking. After a while, a faint spatial fluctuation spread out from Qin Shijun's body. However, the surrounding cultivators did not notice it at all. Lu Ping checked several jade scrolls in succession that contained the records of the wind-face drumming technique. He could not help but feel disappointed. It was not that there was something wrong with these legacies. Rather, it was because these legacies were clearly from the great sects in the endless seas. After thousands or even tens of thousands of years, the contents of these legacies had been engraved with the legacy system of the respective sections. Although Zhenling could use them, it was inevitable that there would be many areas that would go against the legacy system of Zhenling. Spending a great deal of effort to make changes was a small matter. However, he was worried that doing so would weaken or even affect the ability of the treasured ship. Suddenly, the space channel in front of the platform opened up once more and a purple-colored jade scroll fell into Lu Ping's hand. Lu Ping sensed something and he raised his head to look at Qin Shijun. He happened to see Qin Shijun giving a slight nod to Lu Ping. Lu Ping's heart gave a thump and his divine sense invaded the jade scroll to check its contents. A trace of shock flashed across his face, but he quickly recollected himself. Next, he returned all the other jade scrolls except for this one. Then, he placed the purple gold longevity pill into the jade essence bottle. Following the transmission imprint on the jade scroll, he sent the jade essence bottle over. Many of the cultivators in the audience who were interested in the purple gold longevity pill could not help but reveal looks of disappointment. Qin Shijun, who was not far away, revealed a faint smile at Lu Ping. As for Lu Ping, he had already calmly walked down the platform. Lu Ping held a jade scroll tightly in his hand. This jade scroll was naturally what Qin Shijun used to exchange for the purple gold longevity pill. A bluish-purple brilliance flashed in his hand, and the inheritance imprint and restriction on the scroll were all broken. The complete content of the windward drumming technique appeared in Lu Ping's mind. Indeed, the content of this inheritance had too many similarities with the inheritance system of Zephyr Sect. This was simply the windward drumming technique that was inherited from Zephyr Sect's treasure ship. The destruction of Zephyr Sect was indeed inextricably linked to the Crystal Palace. When Zephyr Sect was destroyed, its inheritance was scattered and obtained by many sects in the North Sea. After more than 4,000 years of running, almost all the sects in the North Sea were more or less stained with the inheritance of Zephyr Sect. If there was a sect whose inheritance had the least pain when it merged with Zhenling's inheritance system, then it was undoubtedly Zephyr Sect. Moreover, the wreckage of the treasure ship that Zhenling obtained was simply something that belonged to Zephyr Sect in the past. As soon as Lu Ping returned to his seat, Chu Haitian, who was at the side, smiled bitterly and said, "Brother Lu, you really hid it from me for a long time." Lu Ping naturally knew what he was referring to, so he smiled and said, "If I had brought up the Wonder Dew at that time, it would have inevitably given the impression that the nobles had ulterior motives." Chu Haitian laughed and said, "Then why are you so frank now, Brother Lu?" Lu Ping said directly, "I still have a portion of Wonder Dew here. You don't have to worry about the spirit-attracting pill's medicinal catalyst." Chu Haitian's expression only relaxed for a moment, but he immediately put on another thought. Very soon, it was Chu Haitian and Chu Haitian's turn. The two of them had originally prepared a lot of treasures just for the Wonder Dew. Now that the Wonder Doo had been obtained, the two of them went up to the stage one after another and exchanged a series of treasures for a variety of spiritual herbs that were more than 3,000 years old, spiritual objects, and other things needed to refine the spirit-attracting pill. In order to confuse the public, they naturally mixed in a large number of other treasures. Although the two of them exchanged for a lot of items, the quality was undoubtedly inferior to the items displayed by the other cultivators in this trade fair. However, the two of them were born in the green sea snakes, so no one dared to question them. Even Qin Shijun was silent at the side at this time. Anyone with a discerning eye could tell that the two of them exchanged for a large number of rare spiritual herbs must have something to do with Chu Tianyu Laozu, who was seriously injured and whose cultivation was on the verge of collapse. However, with so many spiritual herbs, no one could guess what method the green sea snakes were going to use. Only the flame spirit coffin's expression was a little ugly at this time, and it frequently looked suspiciously at Lu Ping. The trade fair was still going on, and there was no lack of high-quality treasures on display. There were even many treasures that tempted Lu Ping. Unfortunately, Lu Ping tried to bid several times, but he was unable to obtain them. At the end of the trade fair, Qin Shijun set off the climax of the trade fair with a companion spiritual treasure. Unfortunately, this companion spiritual treasure was not suitable for Lu Ping. Lu Ping also tried to bid for it, but in the end he still missed it. After the trade fair ended, the cultivators of the various sects left one after another. However, everything that happened at the trade fair quickly spread throughout the 5 Phantom Islands. Among them, the appearance of the purple gold longevity pill was undoubtedly the highlight of the entire trade fair. The name of alchemy grandmaster Lu Tianping once again resounded throughout the entire 5 Phantom Islands. 3 days later, the sky above Spirit Gathering Island was covered with dark clouds, and thunder rumbled. Under the witness of many Jinling disciples, a series of pale blue lightning bolts descended from the sky through the island's protective array, striking the void in front of Lu Ping, almost shattering the nearby space. Chapter 1076. After Lu Ping had summoned the lightning for the water spirit sword, the sword itself had become invisible. However, Lu Ping's divine will was still able to clearly capture the position of the water spirit sword. The water spirit sword was different from the other spirit treasures that had been modified to undergo lightning strikes. The water spirit sword itself was an extremely high-quality spirit-nurturing treasure. After fusing with a spirit treasure that had an invisibility effect, the quality of the water spirit sword had been greatly improved. After passing through the lightning strikes, it would not be like the other modified spirit treasures that had a weak weapon spirit and would not be able to improve further in the future. An invisible flying sword would not be able to escape the tracking of the lightning strikes, nor would it be able to evade them. This was due to the quality of the water spirit sword itself and its spiritual nature being fully activated. 6 bolts of lightning struck consecutively, but they were not able to break the water spirit sword from its invisible state. Instead, the space around the water spirit sword was split into pieces, as if it was about to be sucked into the broken space. A few hundred feet away from Lu Ping, Jinling's remaining 30 or so core forging adepts were watching this rare spirit treasure lightning strike from afar. Over this period of time, the 5 islands of the Jinling sect had experienced spirit treasure lightning strikes several times. There had even been Dharma adepts who had risked their lives to seek out Dharma heavenly tribulations in order to forcefully advance. However, this was the first time many Jinling adepts were witnessing a lightning strike from such a close distance. Tian Kong Laozu had already hidden himself far away from the Dharma adepts. Whether it was the spirit treasure lightning strikes or the Dharma adepts' lightning strikes, the Dharma adepts who were not involved had to stay far away to avoid being caught in the crossfire. There was an explosion in the sky, and the 7th tribulation lightning fell. It was like a blue snake rushing down from the sky, swallowing the void. Then, its entire head exploded, and a blue flying sword was blasted hundreds of feet away from where it was hiding. Countless streams of light began to flash on the aqua-blue sword. After a while, the water spirit sword's body began to become mottled. Part of the sword returned to nothingness, while the rest of the sword remained aqua-blue. From afar, it looked as if the air had been dyed with circles and patches of blue ink. there was a cry of alarm from afar. Clearly, the water spirit sword had been damaged by the seventh bolt of lightning. Lu Ping's expression did not change as his majestic divine will entered the water spirit sword. At this time, the hidden spiritual nature of the water spirit sword had already accumulated to a critical point. Once it passed the lightning strike, the spiritual nature of the water spirit sword would be refined by the pure yang qi and finally become a sentient weapon spirit. The spirit treasure's lightning strike also needed the spirit treasure itself to pass. Although Lu Ping was the owner of the water spirit sword, he could only use his divine will to stimulate the spiritual nature of the spirit treasure so that it could recover as quickly as possible from the lightning strike. The circles and patches of the blue sword in the air gradually shrank until they disappeared. Just as the Zhenling adepts were about to relax, there was a flash of lightning in the sky and a bolt of lightning had already descended with a deafening explosion. Once again, it accurately located the water spirit sword in the air. The netherwater sword was sent flying once again. This time, it was clearly even more heavily damaged. The entire sword's body constantly alternated between aqua blue and colorless. At one moment, only the hilt and the tip of the sword remained, and at another moment, several parts of the sword's body were missing, and the tip was revealed. At the same time, sparks would occasionally explode on the sword's body, appearing extremely strange. Lu Ping took a deep breath and used his divine will to connect with the spiritual nature of the water spirit sword once again. Lu Ping could clearly sense the faint fear coming from the spiritual nature of the water spirit sword. It was obvious that the water spirit sword was about to transform. However, if he could not completely stimulate the spiritual nature of the water spirit sword and maximize the potential of the sword, once this spiritual nature was destroyed by the lightning strike, the water spirit sword's attempt to become a spirit treasure would be in vain. Even if he was lucky enough to succeed, the water spirit sword's body and artifact spirit would be severely injured and it would be impossible for it to improve further in the future. Lu Ping's divine will began to calm and guide the spiritual nature of the water spirit sword as much as possible. At the same time, a pure yang qi that Lu Ping had refined was channeled into the sword through Lu Ping's divine will. After the spiritual nature of the water spirit sword was enveloped by the pure yang qi, it rapidly shrunk like snow in the sun. However, it did not disappear. Instead, it became more concentrated and condensed. At the same time, it began to slowly absorb the pure yang qi and fuse with it. The ninth bolt of tribulation lightning finally descended. The entire spirit-gathering island seemed to tremble amidst the deafening sound of thunder. The ninth bolt of tribulation lightning was much larger than the previous 8 bolts. Only a thin strand of lightning tore through the void and landed on the body of the water spirit sword. However, it disappeared into the water spirit sword. Zhenling and the other cultivators looked at each other. However, Lu Ping knew that the power of this lightning strike might not be too great for the water spirit sword. However, it was the most critical moment for the spiritual nature of the magic treasure, which was at the critical moment of its transformation into an artifact spirit. After this fine lightning entered the sword, it directly disintegrated the condensed spirituality. Rich pure yang qi exploded from the tribulation lightning, annihilating the spirituality of the magic treasure that had already dissipated in the sword. However, at this critical moment, the scattered spiritual nature was actually able to resist the invasion of the first yang qi. Instead, it gradually began to condense again. Seeing this, Lu Ping finally breathed a sigh of relief. The most dangerous stage had been passed. It was only a matter of time before the water spirit sword became a spirit treasure. Once the artifact spirit was formed, Lu Ping would be able to use the invisible sword technique to control this flying sword. It would be equivalent to Lu Ping grasping his third supreme destiny power. The surrounding cultivators of Zhenling had been uneasy when they saw the ninth lightning strike disappear into the sword. However, when they saw the relaxed expression on Lu Ping's face, they knew that the water spirit sword had completely overcome the ninth lightning strike. They immediately cheered. At this moment, Lu Ping's divine will moved, and a green light flashed in his eyes. He looked in the direction of the water spirit sword and saw a 7- or 8-year-old boy hanging from the hilt of the water spirit sword with both hands. Seeing Lu Ping look over, The boy loosened his hands and fell from the water spirit sword. A blue light flashed across his body, and he immediately appeared before the eyes of the Junling cultivators. Artifact spirit, it must be an artifact spirit. This was the first time many of the Junling cultivators had seen the true appearance of a spirit treasure, and they all began to clamor. The boy waved at the crowd and then grinned at Lu Ping. Invisible boy greets master. Lu Ping saw that the invisible boy was chubby and cute, and knew that the quality and spiritual source of the water spirit sword had not suffered too much damage during the process of becoming a spirit treasure. So he nodded and smiled. Although the spirit treasure calamity this time was more daunting than dangerous, you should recuperate and recover as soon as possible. Stay in the core space for this period of time. The Junling cultivators were still gathered in the distance, unsatisfied, but Lu Ping had already left. In the secret chamber of the Green Sea Snakes' camp on Chungling Island, Chu Haitian congratulated Lu Ping. Lu Ping has gained the help of another spirit treasure, which is like adding wings to a tiger. If I were to fight with Brother Lu again, I'm afraid I would be left in the dust. Lu Ping smiled. Brother Chu, you don't mean what you say. The aura around you is turbulent now, and it's obvious that you're only one step away from advancing to the middle Dharma stage. Once your Dharma power condenses pure Yang Qi, I'm afraid I'll have to admit defeat. After the two of them exchanged pleasantries, Chu Haitian handed a storage bag to Lu Ping and said, Brother Lu, I'll leave the matter of the spiritual water elixir to you. 13th uncle said that regardless of whether the elixir refinement is successful or not, the Green Sea Snakes will owe Brother Lu a favor. Lu Ping also said seriously, I'll try my best. Chu Haitian hesitated for a moment and said, Brother Lu, what is it that you're still unwilling to say? Lu Ping smiled and waved his hand to form a few seals. An isolation restriction enveloped the entire secret room. He then stretched his hand to open a space door, and 3 youths around the age of 14 or 15 walked out from the door. A natural reaction from their bloodline caused Chu Haitian to jump up. Looking at the 3 youths in front of him, Chu Haitian suddenly turned to look at Lu Ping and said coldly, Brother Lu, what's going on? You have to give me an explanation. After the Samling walked out of the House of Gold, the sense of intimacy from their bloodline made the 3 of them look at Chu Haitian curiously. This kind of reaction from their bloodline was even more intimate than when Samling had first met Chu Hailun. However, after seeing Chu Haitian's reaction, the Samling all stood behind Lu Ping. However, with regards to Chu Haitian's state, which was like a dormant volcano, Samling did not have the slightest hostility. Instead, they all made their stand clear. Lu Ping's expression was calm, as if he had already expected such a reaction from Chu Haitian. Seeing that Lu Ping was calm, Chu Haitian's divine sense had already circled around Samling's body. It seemed to be confirming Samling's identity, as well as investigating some other things. After a while, Chu Haitian seemed to have discovered something, and only then did he seem to calm down a little. At this time, Lu Ping opened his mouth and introduced, I personally hatched these 3 children with my own essential vitality. They are my adopted son and daughter, Lu Bai, Lu Hai, and Lu Ling. After saying that, Lu Ping turned back to Samling and said, Bai, Lu Hai, the 3 of you come and greet the senior cultivators of our clan. Chu Haitian calmly accepted the 3's greetings, and then said seriously, Do the 3 of you know that in your bloodline flows the pure bloodline of the Green Sea Snake? You should all be surnamed Chu. After saying that, he stared at Lu Ping. However, Lu Ping remained calm, while the Samling behind him said in unison, We will follow our father's surname. Chu Haitian's face was cold, and he said to Lu Ping, Brother Lu, do you know what you are doing? You are secretly hiding the people of the Green Sea Snakes. As long as I give the order, Brother Lu will not be able to take a step out of Chungling Island today. Even if your clan is far away in the North Sea, the Green Sea Snakes will not let you go. Lu Ping looked calm. He smiled and said, Brother Chu, you won't do this. Chapter 1077. In the secret room of the Green Sea Snakes' base on Chungling Island, which was originally prepared for Lu Ping to use for alchemy, Chu Haitian looked at Samling, who was standing behind Lu Ping, with a gloomy expression. After a while, Chu Haitian suddenly said, Brother Lu, how can you be so confident that I won't tell my uncle and sixth grandfather? Lu Ping smiled and said, Chu Hailan, you believe in Chu Hailan. Chu Haishao was taken aback. Lu Ping's answer was clearly out of his expectations. However, he quickly suppressed his anger and said coldly, I thought you've guessed it. It's because you didn't place a divine sense seal on the three children. Lu Ping's answer surprised Chu Haishao. Chu Haishao's answer was out of his expectations, but he quickly suppressed his anger and said coldly, I thought you've guessed it. Lu Ping could see that Chu Haishan was a little angry out of humiliation, so he said with a smile, Brother Chu, please don't blame me. Maybe this is a little embarrassing for you, but I don't think it's difficult to talk about the matter between you and fellow Taoist Hailan. Besides, fellow Taoist Hailan has already mentioned the reason you mentioned before. Chu Haishan said coldly, What do you know? She could have been anyone's fiancée, but it had to be my dead cousin. At this time, Lu Ping had already seen that he seemed to have oversimplified the matter between the two, so he didn't interrupt. Chu Haishan restrained his expression and looked at Samling, who was behind Lu Ping. He seemed to have thought of something and asked, You want these three kids to become your followers and enter the secret place of inheritance of the Green Sea Snakes? Lu Ping nodded and said, Exactly. This is also fellow Taoist Hailan's intention. It seems that there has been such a precedent in your family. Chu Haishan said nothing. After a while, he turned to the Samling behind Lu Ping and said, You three, come here. When Samling saw Lu Ping nod at them, he walked up to Chu Haishan and saw Chu Haishan stretch out his right hand in front of them. Samling seemed to have a telepathic connection. They each placed their palms on top of Chu Haishan's palms. A deep blue light immediately emerged from Chu Haishan's palms and slowly seeped upwards, dyeing Samling's palms blue. Both Chu Haishan and Samling closed their eyes. Chu Haishan looked calm, but Samling seemed to be enduring something. Lu Ping was silent, but he could see that Samling seemed to be receiving some kind of inheritance from Chu Haishan. After a while, Chu Haishan suddenly opened his eyes. A pale color flashed across his face, and he breathed a sigh of relief. Samling also opened his eyes and withdrew his palms from Chu Haishan's hands. Chu Haishan said solemnly, Always remember, you are the noble green sea snakes. What flows in your bodies is the direct bloodline of Jiao Daoren. Chu Haishan paused and then said, The things that you have just received are different, but they are all the secrets of the green sea snakes. In the future, only your own bloodline can be inherited. Other than that, you can't reveal it to anyone else. After saying that, he glanced at Lu Ping and added, The same goes for the people you follow. Samling nodded solemnly, and then returned to stand behind Lu Ping. Lu Ping was a little surprised. Brother Chu, is this? Chu Haishan shook his head and said, This is just a greeting gift from the elders to the juniors. The secrets of the green sea snakes are as vast as the sea. How can it be so easy for them to get it? However, the things that I just gave them are enough for them to condense their gold elixir and achieve the Dharma power. As for the things after achieving the Dharma power, Brother Lu, it's up to you. Seeing Lu Ping's surprised look, Chu Haishan laughed and said, Brother Lu, you don't think that Sister Hailan asked me to come to you just to help these three little guys enter the secret inheritance place of the Green Sea Snakes, do you? Although Lu Ping didn't answer, his expression clearly indicated that he was certain of his answer. It's not that easy. Chu Haishan continued, In fact, Sister Hailan's real purpose is probably the things that I can pass on to the three little guys so that she can buy you more time. Time? Yes, it's time. So that, Brother Lu, you have time to accumulate your own foundation so that you can pass the test of the green sea snakes in the future. Test? Chu Haishan laughed and said, Brother Lu, you can't be thinking that as long as our tribe recognizes the Samling's follower, you can take away the Samling who has entered the secret inheritance place. Naturally, Lu Ping would not have such a thought. Chu Haishan naturally knew that as well, so he continued to explain, Brother Lu, you already know that there have been great sorcerers in history who have been followed by cultivators from the green sea snakes, but do you know who these so-called great sorcerers are? Without waiting for Lu Ping to answer, Chu Haishan continued, There are actually only 6 so-called great sorcerers. 2 of them have a deep relationship with our tribe, but they are also great sorcerers in the late Dharma stage. The other 4 were recognized by the green sea snakes at the pure Yang Laozu stage, and 2 of them even became real souls in the future. Lu Ping pondered for a moment, then asked curiously, "Brother Chu, you should be from the water snake tribe, right? Just now, you were able to give Samling different inheritances. It seems that my understanding of what Brother Hailan said might not be wrong. It is indeed possible that you have found a complete inheritance for Samling." Chu Haitian looked at Lu Ping and said, "It is not an exaggeration to say that. The green sea snakes can be roughly divided into 6 branches. The water snake, the ice snake, and the wind snake are the strongest among the 6 branches. The secret place of inheritance of the green sea snakes should be guarded by the pure Yang Laozu of these 3 branches. And my grandfather, the former chief of the green sea snakes, Chu Fanyan, is one of the pure Yang Laozu who guards the secret place of inheritance. And my father, Chu Feiyu, is the current chief of the green sea snakes." Chu Haitian got up and walked out of the secret chamber. At the same time, he said, "Brother Lu, this is all I can help you with. According to what you said earlier, Samling's background may be related to the disaster caused by the flame coffin more than 100 years ago. But as for who their parents are, there are too many disciples of our tribe who have died at that time. There is no way to find out. I hope that Brother Lu can successfully refine the panacea. Uncle Tianyu and my father are the closest friends. In the future, if Brother Lu really has the strength to accept the test of our tribe, perhaps Uncle Tianyu will be able to repay the favor he owed today." Chu Haitian opened the door of the secret chamber, but his body suddenly paused. He looked back and said, "I forgot to tell you that Uncle Tianyu's mother, Xianyun Laozu, is one of the only 2 pure Yang Laozu in our water snake tribe." The secret chamber returned to silence. Lu Ping sat cross-legged in the center with his eyes closed, deep in thought. The Samling behind him looked at each other. Lu Bai opened her mouth carefully and said, "Father." Lu Ping suddenly came to his senses. He turned around and said with a smile, "All right, you don't have to worry about these things. Go back to the House of Gold first and experience the inheritance you received today." After the Samling entered the House of Gold, Lu Ping lit a pot of calming soul incense. No one knew what he was planning, or maybe he was trying to refine the spirit guiding pill to calm himself down. After a while, when Lu Ping opened his eyes again, his gaze was as calm as a bottomless lake. Lu Ping waved his hand, and the Nachuan cauldron turned into a giant cauldron as tall as a person. When it landed on the ground, the whole secret chamber shook. He opened the storage bag that Chu Haitian had given him. Dozens of rare alchemy materials covered the entire floor of the secret chamber. Lu Ping drew out a stream of 10,000 wonder dew from the bottom of the bluestone pool in the House of Gold and poured it into the jade essence bottle. Lu Ping thought for a moment, and with a hook of his hand, an even bigger stream of 10,000 wonder dew fell into the Nachuan cauldron. Since he was going to use spiritual water to refine the pill, he might as well use the 10,000 wonder dew. Although Lu Ping still had a heaven-high-grade spiritual vein essence milk, he thought that the spirit guiding pill originally needed the 10,000 wonder dew as the main ingredient. If he used the 10,000 wonder dew as the spiritual water to refine the pill, he might be able to increase the success rate of the pill. After thinking about it, Lu Ping took out a jade essence bottle from his storage magic tool. He opened the bottle stopper, and a fragrance immediately broke through the monopoly of the soul-nourishing incense on the smell of the secret chamber. The bottle contained the purple crystal royal jelly. 3 days later, the rich pill fragrance could not even be confined in the secret chamber. It lingered over the entire station, alarming all the green sea snakes in the station. At the last moment of the pill's completion, the rich fragrance could not even envelop the station of the green sea snakes. It spread to the entire Qingling Island with the wind. In front of the central room of the green sea snake station, Chu Fuyu, Chu Tianyu, and Chu Yu were looking in the direction of the strong fragrance. It was the secret chamber where Lu Ping was refining the spirit water spirit guiding pill. Chu Fuyu Laozu suddenly turned his head and asked, "What do you think?" Chu Yu wrinkled his nose and said, "It looks like it's going to succeed. It's not easy." Chu Fuyu smiled and said, "Are you talking about the person or the alchemy technique?" Chu Yu smiled and said, Of course I'm talking about the person. Although the spirit water spirit guiding pill is rare, it was passed down by Jiao Laozu in the past. However, even if this person's alchemy technique is not as good as Yan Wujiu's, I'm afraid it's not far from it. At least I can't compare with him. Chu Tianyu's face was still pale, but he frowned slightly at this time and said, looking at the soaring fragrance, I'm afraid the matter of alchemy can't be hidden anymore. With the flame coffin's perverse temper, our tribe is naturally not afraid of it. If it brings trouble to the sect of the little guy who is refining the pill, it's a little unreasonable. Chu Fuyu smiled and said, it's okay, the old man will naturally pay attention. Chu Tianyu nodded and said no more. In the secret chamber, the Nachuan cauldron opened and a dark blue pill escaped from the furnace, but it was caught by a big hand of spiritual energy that had been waiting outside the furnace. I hope you won't be disappointed. Lu Ping put the pill into the jade essence bottle and then waved his hand to put away the remaining spiritual herbs, furnace, and wonder jade dew. Chapter 1078. During this period of time, the most shocking news in the 5 illusory islands was that Lu Tianping of the Zhenling sect had used the spirit water alchemy technique, which was almost unheard of in the cultivation world, to produce a spirit water spirit gathering elixir, which saved the great cultivator Chu Tianyu's cultivation from the brink of collapse, and successfully stabilized his cultivation at the late Dharma stage. Lu Tianping, it was Lu Tianping again. Ever since the 5 Phantom Islands had been besieged, Lu Tianping's name had become a hot topic of conversation several times in the past 6 months. The tug-of-war in Phantom City was still ongoing, with both humans and demons taking turns to fight. Zhenling had already rotated 5 times. Although Lu Ping and Tiankong Laozu had good results every time, it was not always smooth sailing. Tiankong Laozu had been injured twice to protect Lu Ping, and there was another time when the two of them had joined forces to kill a Jade Shura, but they had been surrounded by 4 Jade Shuras. In the end, they had fought with all their might, and both of them had sustained serious injuries. In the past 6 months, after several fierce battles, Tiankong Laozu had aged. Originally, Lu Ping had estimated that Tiankong Laozu should have had 40 to 50 years of life left, but the continuous battles and the injuries he had sustained had depleted his originally limited lifespan. Now, it would be good if he could only last 30 years. Lu Ping actually had a purple gold longevity pill, but Tiankong Laozu had refused to take it. According to Tiankong Laozu's reason, he had already taken enough longevity pills when he had advanced to the mid-Dharma stage. Even something as precious as the purple gold longevity pill had been used on him to increase his lifespan by 10 years. The purple gold longevity pill was very precious, and it was the treasure that could extend one's lifespan for a long time in the world of practitioners. If it was used on Tiankong Laozu, it might not even have 1/3 of the effect, let alone other longevity pills. Fortunately, Tiankong Laozu had once joined forces with Lu Ping to kill a blood shura, and had obtained a companion spiritual treasure that he had always resented. But this companion spiritual treasure was different from Lu Ping's water spirit sword. To transform it into a treasure and survive the thunder calamity was not something that could be done in a short period of time. Of the 40 or so Zhenling disciples who had followed them to the 5 Phantom Islands, only 20 remained. Half of them had fallen in battle with Mara's army, and of the remaining half who were still alive, nearly half had all sorts of injuries. Even with Lu Ping, a grandmaster alchemist, could not recover in a short period of time. Among them, there were also cultivators like Xian Peng, who had lost an arm or a leg. Zhenling's core forging stage cultivators were only left with a dozen or so people who could still fight. Even so, Zhenling sect's losses were considered light compared to the other sections. At the very least, Zhenling sect's 2 Dharma adepts were unharmed. Moreover, the remaining 10 or so core forging adepts who could still fight had improved greatly in terms of their cultivation and abilities after going through more than half a year of life and death training. In addition, they had collected essence from killing Mo Luo and used it to create elixirs, which greatly alleviated the shortage of cultivation resources for these practitioners. In just half a year's time, 7 people from Zhenling had achieved breakthroughs in their cultivation. Many of them had advanced to the 4th or 7th stage of the core forging stage. Among them, Yao Yong had successfully advanced to the 9th stage of the core forging stage. Although Xian Peng, who had lost an arm, had lost a lot of his strength, he had stubbornly pushed his cultivation to the late stage of the core forging stage. Of course, these rapid improvements in cultivation were not limited to Junling alone. The cultivators of the entire 5 Phantom Islands had also experienced a great increase in their cultivation. In the encampment of Junling, Lao Zu asked with a serious expression, "Is the information you received reliable?" Lu Ping thought about it and nodded. Chu Haitian would not lie about this matter. Previously, I had received hints from Chu Fuyu, the Flame Coffin, and the others that their 2 clans have always had a channel to communicate with the outside world. Tian Kong Lao Zu guessed with some uncertainty. To be able to maintain contact with the outside world under the siege of Mara's army, I'm afraid even a great practitioner would not be able to do this. Could it be the pure Yang Lao Zu? Have you asked Chu Haitian and the others personally? Lu Ping nodded and said, "After that, I asked them directly." Chu Haitian did not give me a direct answer, but he revealed 2 pieces of information to me. The first is that the overseas sects are already planning to counterattack the fallen secret land. The second is that a group of Mara has already gathered outside the fallen secret land and is besieging the encampment of the Northern Alliance, Qianyuan City. Tian Kong Lao Zu nodded thoughtfully and said, "It seems that whether it is the East Sea, the North Sea, or the South Sea, the disaster of Mara must have been alleviated to a certain extent. Otherwise, the overseas sects would not have been able to mobilize forces to support the fallen secret land. However, the siege of Qianyuan City is a little strange. After all, the Northern Alliance is a large sect in the East Sea, second only to the Crystal Palace. How could they be so easily besieged by Mara?" Lu Ping reminded him, "Elder, before this, Mara's army gathered to invade the fallen secret land. 1/3 of the Northern Alliance's territory was swept away, and several Dharma adepts perished. In this battle of Phantom City, Lao Zu was assassinated. The remaining Northern Alliance adepts originally had 1 mid-Dharma adept, 2 early Dharma adepts, and 3 Dharma adepts. But now, I heard that there is only 1 mid-Dharma adept who is severely injured. The other 2 early Dharma adepts died in battle while defending against Mara's attack. One of them was even a 3rd-generation elite adept of the Northern Alliance." Tian Kong Lao Zu was stunned and said, "Are you saying that the Northern Alliance will be abandoned by the Crystal Palace and the other major sects? This is somewhat impossible. You must know that the Northern Alliance has at least 2 great Dharma adepts. With thousands of years of history, it will not be so easy to destroy them." Lu Ping seemed to be troubled by this problem as well. After a while, Lu Ping suddenly said, "Perhaps this disaster of Mara is an opportunity for the various sections. It could even be a conspiracy that they have set up." At the same time, in a secret place in Phantom City, Yuan Feixiang was sitting quietly in a secret room. Suddenly, Yuan Feixiang slowly opened her eyes and said to a place of nothingness, "Mr. has returned." The seal in the secret room flickered with runes. Gradually, some of the runes faded away, while others shone brighter and formed a temporary teleportation circle. If Lu Ping was here, he would certainly be shocked because the formation of this teleportation circle was almost the same as the one left by Kangwu Laozu in the Spirit Stone Mine on Yuanling Island. The teleportation circle flickered with white light, and Mr. Wen's figure appeared from the white light. He looked at Yuan Feixiang and said, "Greetings, young master. How is it? The seal has been blocked. The people of the Crystal Palace and Green Sea Snake shouldn't be able to find us. But it's hard to say who is inside the heavenly wall of myriad poisons." Yuan Feixiang heaved a sigh of relief and said, "It doesn't matter. That person won't take action as long as we don't go too far inside the heavenly wall of myriad poisons. Moreover, he has never left the heavenly wall of myriad poisons. So, there shouldn't be any hidden dangers." Mr. Wen nodded and said, "This old servant has also received a piece of news. It seems that the overseas cultivators of the human and demon races have joined hands to launch a counterattack on the fallen secret domain." Yuan Feixiang didn't care about this. She smiled and said, "This is expected. The siege of the 5 Phantom Islands has lasted long enough. The overseas cultivators must have been relieved by the invasion of Mara's disaster. The 5 Phantom Islands can be said to be an important base for the overseas cultivators. So, they can't wait any longer. There is one more thing that the young master may be interested in. Oh! It is said that Qinyuan City has been besieged by Mara's army. Yuan Feixiang sneered and said, Mara's army has actually reached the city. The Northern Alliance is truly doomed. That's not right. The Northern Alliance is the closest to the fallen secret domain. It's almost at the edge. Where did Mara's army come from? This is somewhat unexpected. It's most likely the Crystal Palace's trick of driving the tiger to swallow the wolf. Moreover, they are using this trick to divide the Mara's army that has entered the fallen secret domain. It's a good plan to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Mr. Wen couldn't help but ask, how can the Crystal Palace control Mara's army? Yuan Feixiang smiled meaningfully and said, the origins of these famous holy lands can be traced back to the time when the 7th Patriarch opened the sky. The secrets they know and grasp of this world are probably second only to the 7th heaven creator Laozu. Although it's unexpected, it's still reasonable. Yuan Feixiang saw that Mr. Wen was still standing in the secret room and asked, is there anything else, Mr. Wen? Mr. Wen seemed to be a little hesitant, but he still said, young master, this old servant wants to go to the South Sea after the Phantom Island. Yuan Feixiang didn't seem to be surprised. She said, it seems that Mr. Wen is still thinking about the Kongming sect's treasures. The Kongming sect's formations have evolved to the pinnacle. This old servant has been studying formations all his life. But I've only obtained some superficial knowledge from the Kongming sect. And I'm already at my current level. I'll regret it for the rest of my life if I don't go to the Kongming Sea. Yuan Feixiang pondered for a moment and said, very well. The Beast Tide and the Mara's Calamity broke out at the same time in the southern Endless Mountain Range. The 2 holy lands of the 9 Profound Tower and the Lingyun Valley have been badly battered. But the Peacock race, the strongest royal family of the Endless Mountain Range, has repeatedly appeared in the South Sea. This matter is very strange. Mr. Wen, you might as well pay attention to these matters when you go to the South Sea. A trace of gratitude appeared on Mr. Wen's face, but he was still a little worried. He said, young master has gained a lot from this overseas trip. Once this old servant leaves, young master will be alone. It would be better for you to return to the Middle Earth as soon as possible. Yuan Feixiang nodded and smiled. Very well. I'll return to the Middle Earth once the Phantom Island siege is resolved. I've heard that the Middle Earth is in a turbulent state. The 6 Meridian Sword Immortals of the Purple Sun Palace, the 5 Great Juzi of the Wuxing School, the 9 Profound Tower Masters, the Lingyun Valley's 7 Rainbow Lights, the Skyward Pavilion's 8 Pavilion Masters, and the Spirit Beast Sect's 3 Empyrean Walkers have stirred up a great storm in the Middle Earth. They've made a great name for themselves. Chapter 1079. In the Phantom City, Lu Ping once again came to the courtyard where Rong Shi Laozu lived. Taoism friend Tian Ping, are you here for the thin water flowing sword? Rong Shi Laozu seemed to have expected that Lu Ping would come today. She was busy in the past, but today she was sitting quietly in the room. Lu Ping bowed slightly and said, Junior came in a hurry and disturbed Senior. No problem. Rong Shi Laozu stretched out her hand and a pair of flying swords flew out from the back of the house. Before they reached Rong Shi Laozu, the pair of flying swords suddenly turned and flew towards Lu Ping. They hovered around Lu Ping's body and made a cheerful sound. The moment the thin water-flowing sword flew past, Lu Ping could feel that the thin water-flowing sword was different from before. This feeling was the same as when the nether water sword had fused with the life-bound spiritual treasure. But this feeling was even stronger. It was like a river that had been blocked and was just waiting for the moment to break through its shackles. Lu Ping put away the thin water-flowing sword and thanked sincerely, Junior is really sorry to trouble Senior twice. Rong Shi Laozu said with a smile, although this pair of flying swords is not as novel as the previous invisible sword, the foundation of this pair of flying swords is far better than the previous invisible sword. After smelting the coral exotic gold, its quality has been greatly improved. In the future, even if you summon the second spiritual treasure Thunder Tribulation, you don't need to collect rare treasures to improve its quality. You only need to focus on nourishing it with your Zhenqi and purifying it with divine thoughts, and you have some confidence to survive the Thunder Tribulation. Lu Ping nodded, but he heard Rong Shi Laozu say again, don't rush to summon the Thunder Tribulation. Focus on nourishing it with your Zhenqi for a period of time. When this pair of flying swords is in harmony with your body and mind, it is not too late to summon the Thunder Tribulation. After bidding farewell to Rong Shi Laozu, Lu Ping got up and went to a trading market in the west of Phantom City. Lu Ping slightly concealed his appearance and cultivation base. He was now a celebrity on the 5 islands, so he didn't want to attract the attention of many cultivators in the market. However, a simple concealment technique wouldn't be able to fool cultivators in the same realm, so he wouldn't attract unnecessary attention. The 5 illusory islands had been besieged for close to a year now, and they had lost more than a third of their cultivators. Now, be it the humans or demons, almost all the Dharma adepts could recognize each other. If Lu Ping really concealed his own cultivation level and appearance to the point that even adepts of the same level would not be able to recognize him, he would instead attract even more attention because he looked unfamiliar. Now that the 5 illusory islands were besieged by Mara's army, even with the replenishment of Mara's essence, the price of all kinds of cultivation resources kept rising, and the cheapest became a variety of legacies, secret techniques, martial arts, and so on. Lu Ping now liked to wander around these markets, but he didn't collect spirit herbs like he used to. Nowadays, in the Phantom City, who would be stupid enough to take out spirit herbs to trade? Even if they did, the price would be set ridiculously high. What Lu Ping was interested in were the strange things that the cultivators in the market collected on a daily basis. Now, these things could be bought at a very low price, be it spirit stones, cultivation elixirs, or even a few rare spirit herbs that were more than 1,000 years old. Spirit stones and elixirs were not things that Lu Ping lacked, but for others, they were urgently needed. Therefore, now was the best time to trade for all kinds of treasures in the market. In fact, when Lu Ping had been to this market several times before, he had traded for a few very good elixir recipes. Among them, there was even a Dharma-level elixir recipe inheritance that Lu Ping had never seen before. According to Lu Ping's calculations, its effect should be considered the best of the Dharma-level elixirs, and the price was only 1 top-grade spirit stone. Lu Ping walked casually in the market, and at the same time, he glanced at the items placed on both sides for trading. He often glanced at them, and he rarely stopped to take a closer look. However, the arrival of Lu Ping still attracted the attention of many cultivators in the market. Before, Lu Ping seemed to be very ostentatious in the market several times, but each time, the items that caught his eye were quite valuable. Obviously, as long as they could catch his eye, Lu Ping would not be too calculative with these core forging cultivators. When many cultivators saw Lu Ping walking over, they took out a few of their treasures from their own storage instruments, hoping that they could catch Lu Ping's attention and be exchanged for a good price. However, it was extremely difficult to catch Lu Ping's eye. At this moment, Lu Ping saw a middle-aged cultivator sitting on a stone platform not far away. There were dozens of items placed in front of him. Although each item was not considered precious, it was still useful. A trace of surprise flashed across Lu Ping's face. Items that could be considered useful in Lu Ping's eyes were naturally not bad in the eyes of the core forging cultivators in the market. In fact, at this moment, there were many core forging cultivators gathered in front of the middle-aged cultivator's stone platform to pick out their items. At the same time, they tried to bargain with the cultivator, but the cultivator ignored them. Although these items were good, they could not catch Lu Ping's eye. Lu Ping only glanced at the items before walking past the middle-aged cultivator's stone platform. Just as Lu Ping walked a short distance away, the silent middle-aged cultivator suddenly opened his eyes. He looked at Lu Ping's figure in the distance and then put away the dozens of items in front of him. There were a few core forging cultivators who had already set their eyes on the items. However, they had been trying to bargain in order to lower the price. When they saw the middle-aged cultivator take back the items without a word, they grew anxious. They began to talk dirty and tried to stop the middle-aged cultivator from leaving. Unexpectedly, the middle-aged cultivator abruptly stood up and retracted his aura. His Dharma manifestation stage cultivation caused the cultivators present to retreat in horror. They watched in fear as the person in front of them left, and no longer dared to say anything. Lu Ping continued to walk around the market. Unfortunately, it seemed that his luck was not too good today. He still hadn't encountered anything that caught his eye. A few hundred feet behind Lu Ping, the middle-aged cultivator followed him from afar. He didn't deliberately hide his tracks. Lu Ping walked further and further into the market. When he passed by a small tea house, Lu Ping walked in and threw a few mid-grade spirit stones to the shopkeeper. He casually gave a few instructions and was personally led by the shopkeeper to an elegant room. After a while, the middle-aged cultivator also walked into the tea house. The waiter's eyes lit up and he quickly came forward and asked, "May I ask if you are Senior Lin? Senior Lu has been waiting for you in the elegant room for a long time." The middle-aged cultivator was stunned for a moment, then he smiled and nodded. He threw a spirit stone to the waiter and was led into the elegant room by the waiter. The waiter opened the door to the elegant room. A clear fragrance of tea shook the waiter's spirit. He was secretly surprised that his tea house had such high-quality spirit tea. When he looked up, he saw that the tea set on the tea table had been changed. The previous Senior Lu was looking behind him with a smile. The waiter's heart trembled and he quickly said, "Senior Lu, Senior Lin is here." After saying that, he bowed to let the middle-aged cultivator pass. At the same time, he left the elegant room and closed the door. At the same time, he took 2 deep breaths of the tea. The waiter even felt that the spiritual power in his body was circulating a bit faster than usual. Seeing the waiter leave the tea room, Lu Ping quickly invited the middle-aged cultivator to take a seat and offered a cup of spirit tea. He smiled slightly and said, "Senior Lin has been following behind Junior this whole time. Is there something you want to say?" The middle-aged man took a sip of spirit tea and said, "Good tea." Slowly putting down the teacup, the middle-aged cultivator's face flashed with worry. He immediately said, "I am ashamed to say it, but I have something to ask of Lu Daoyu." Lu Ping's expression didn't change. He suddenly said, "Is it because of Senior's injury?" The middle-aged cultivator smiled bitterly and said, "As expected of an alchemy grandmaster, I can't hide it from fellow Taoist." After a humble, "I don't dare," Lu Ping didn't say anything else. The middle-aged cultivator hesitated for a moment before saying, "Then I won't beat around the bush. I believe Lu Daoyu has some understanding of my current situation." The Northern Alliance participated in the Battle of Phantom Island. There were 4 Dharma adepts and nearly 100 core forging adepts. Now, Uncle Master Churi has been assassinated and 2 of his nephews have also fallen in the battle with Mara's army. The remaining disciples are either dead or scattered. I am the only one left, but I am also seriously injured. I believe fellow Daoyu has some understanding of these matters. Lu Ping nodded and didn't say anything. The middle-aged cultivator continued, "Now, the few alchemy grandmasters on Phantom Island are all from the major sections. Now, I am afraid that the major sects have already targeted the Northern Alliance. Naturally, they won't treat my injury. Therefore, I can only ask for fellow Taoist's help. I hope that fellow Taoist can help me. The Northern Alliance will reward me greatly in the future." Lu Ping laughed involuntarily and said, "If I treat Senior's injury, does Senior Lin think that the Northern Alliance will have a chance to thank me in the future?" The middle-aged cultivator was startled. Then, he thought of something and said with a deep sadness, "Does Lu Daoyu already know something?" Lu Ping said coldly, "I am afraid that Senior Lin has already guessed it, but he still has a trace of hope in his heart." The middle-aged cultivator didn't say anything, but there was a flash of pain in his eyes, as if he had admitted what Lu Ping said. Lu Ping continued, "It is not too difficult to treat Senior's injury. The difficulty lies in the fact that this kind of injury must be supplemented by the power of pills. It is extremely difficult for a cultivator to rely on their own cultivation to recover. I believe Senior Lin has experienced this deeply, right?" The middle-aged cultivator heard the hidden meaning in Lu Ping's words. Obviously, he didn't refuse to treat him. He suddenly raised his head and said, "That is exactly so. If fellow Taoist can help me, I will definitely repay you with a debt of gratitude." Lu Ping shook his head and smiled. Junior is not optimistic about Senior's repayment in the future. The middle-aged cultivator's expression changed, and he said in a deep voice, "What do you mean, fellow Taoist?" Chapter 1080. Lu Ping's words infuriated the middle-aged cultivator. He asked coldly, "What is the meaning of this, Lu Daoyu?" Lu Ping stared into the middle-aged cultivator's eyes and said, "Senior Lin, can't you tell? The reason you're still alive is most likely because the people behind the Northern Alliance want to keep someone of some status in the Northern Alliance alive so that they can help them find the secret heritage sites of the Northern Alliance in the future. Even if I manage to heal your injuries, do you think you can escape from the hands of those people?" Lu Ping's words were like a sharp knife that cut through flesh. Every sentence he said could cut a piece of flesh from the middle-aged cultivator's body. By the time Lu Ping finished speaking, the middle-aged cultivator, who was at the mid-Dharma stage, was already sweating profusely. His eyes were filled with despair. Lu Ping fell silent after he finished speaking. He watched as the middle-aged cultivator recovered from his despair. Slowly, his eyes began to fill with determination, as if he had made up his mind about something. Lu Ping's eyes, however, were as calm as a bottomless lake. "Tell me, you didn't refuse to help me heal my injuries. What do you want in return?" The middle-aged cultivator finally regained his composure. He looked at this ridiculously young Dharma adept in front of him with a complicated expression. A smile finally appeared on Lu Ping's face. Lu Ping's voice carried a hint of lightness as he said, "That's right. Any promise from you, Senior, in the face of a crisis of life and death for the Northern Alliance, means nothing to me. Therefore, what I want can only be from you." The middle-aged cultivator's expression had completely calmed down. He looked at Lu Ping quietly, as if he was no longer surprised by any of Lu Ping's requests. "What I want is the portion of spirit stones that the Northern Alliance got from the giant spirit stone mine on Phantom Island that you're carrying." The middle-aged cultivator sneered, "You sure have a big appetite. Do you know what rank the Northern Alliance is among the 9 great sects? Do you know how large the spirit stone mine is? Why would I carry such a large sum of spirit stones with me?" Lu Ping chuckled and said, "Well, we can't put all our eggs in one basket, right? At the very least, a portion of the spirit stones should be in Senior's possession. I only want that portion. As Senior said, this is a very large number of spirit stones. Even if Senior only has a portion, it's still a considerable amount, isn't it?" The middle-aged cultivator looked at Lu Ping with a gloomy expression. However, Lu Ping remained calm throughout. At this moment, there was a sudden explosion outside Phantom City, and a loud roar rang through the entire city. All Dharma adepts, quickly face the enemy and receive the emissaries outside the city. The entire city was in an uproar. Lu Ping's face lit up, but the middle-aged cultivator was shocked. Lu Ping stood up, paused, and turned around. "In 3 days at the same place, I will bring the elixir for healing. Senior, don't forget about the spirit stones. I believe Senior knows what the arrival of the emissaries outside the city means. There is not much time left for Senior." Lu Ping was the first to walk out of the tea house. He cast a questioning glance at the shopkeeper who was doing the accounts behind the counter. The shopkeeper shook his head slightly and Lu Ping walked straight out of the tea house. A light flashed beneath his feet and he flew out of the city. Within the Phantom City, using flying techniques was a privilege reserved for Dharma adepts, even when they were surrounded by Mo Luo. In the elegant room of the tea house, the middle-aged cultivator did not care about the summons from the various sects of the Phantom Palace. Instead, he sat there quietly thinking about something. After a while, he seemed to have made up his mind. He stood up, patted the storage instrument on his waist, and walked out of the elegant room. At this time, the entire Phantom City was in an uproar. The cultivators from the various sects who had been besieged for almost a year were all rushing up the walls of Phantom City. Dharma adepts from the other 4 islands were constantly flying over their heads, charging towards the Demon Luo army outside Phantom City. When Lu Ping arrived at the Phantasm City's city wall, the sea outside the city was already in chaos. The entire sky was shrouded in colorful lights. "Brother Lu, over here." Lu Ping turned to look and saw Chu Haitian waving vigorously in the distance. Chu Haitian had also stopped, waiting for Lu Ping to go over. Lu Ping turned to look in the direction of the spirit-gathering island, but did not see Tian Kong Laozu. He did not know if the old man had already rushed over. The light under Lu Ping's feet flashed, and he had already arrived in front of the two of them. However, he saw that there were a few other lights that had stopped not far away. The person in the lead was the Dharma adept of the Green Sea Snakes, Chu Fuyu Laozu. Chu Fuyu Laozu nodded at Lu Ping and said, "All right, among the cultivators who have taken the risk to break into Phantom City, there will definitely be Dharma adepts from the Green Sea Snakes. Everyone be alert. This is going to be a tough battle. The old man will lead the way. Shiyu, Wuyu, Jinyu, Inyu, the four of you mid-stage Dharma adepts will protect the old man on both sides. The rest of you early-stage Dharma adepts will protect the back. Let's go." In addition to Lu Ping, there were a total of 10 Dharma adepts. They formed a huge triangular attack formation in mid-air, with a distance of tens of feet between them. They charged towards Mara's army as fast as lightning. Chu Fuyu Laozu raised his hand, and all the water vapor within a radius of 3 miles condensed. It then turned into raindrops that filled the sky and poured down on the Mara's army that was charging towards them. This was the first time that Lu Ping had seen a late Dharma adept attack so directly. The raindrops that filled the sky instantly hit the hundreds of Maras that were charging towards them. They screamed in pain as they fell towards the sea like dumplings in a pot. In the process of falling, more than half of the Maras melted on the spot, turning into the original essence and dissipating in midair. The path that the group was moving towards had been cleared for 2,000 to 3,000 feet in an instant. Lu Ping thought that if he were to use the art of traveling through clouds and summoning rain with all his might, although it was possible that he could cover a radius of more than 1,000 feet within the range of his magical powers, whether it was the speed or the power of the technique, he was still far inferior to Chu Fuyu Laozu's. However, before the group could advance more than 100 feet, the alarmed Mara quickly surrounded them from all directions. However, the 10 of them did not care at all, and they continued to push towards the center of the Mara's army. Seeing that Mara was rushing towards them, the 4 mid-Dharma adepts on both sides each attacked. They killed tens of large and small Maras consecutively, finally intimidating the Mara's army that was closing in on them from both sides. At this time, Chu Fuyu Laozu, who was leading the way, was also attacked by a Jade Shura. However, he was repelled by a second Calamity Spirit treasure in his hand, and he hid within the ranks of the Mara's army. Chu Fuyu Laozu did not stop and continued to push forward, and the group behind him followed. At this time, Chu Haitian shouted, "They're coming!" Lu Ping's divine consciousness had also discovered that a group of Mara had surrounded them from behind like a flood. Chu Haitian slashed out with the Jade Sky Sword in his hand, and a magnificent sword aura killed the 3 big Mara that were chasing at the front. The sword aura continued to rush forward, and it only dissipated after killing the 5th Mara. Chu Haijin also attacked at this time. The flying spear in his hand flew out, and after piercing through 3 Maras, there was a crisp sound, and the flying spear was blocked. Chu Haijin shouted, "There are blood Shuras hiding inside." He had only just said that when 2 blood Azuras suddenly charged out from the group of demonic Azuras. They charged towards Chu Haidong and another Emerald Sea Spirit Serpent cultivator known as Chu Hailang. The two of them quickly engaged the 2 blood Azuras in a fight. The Mara's army took advantage of the situation to approach. Lu Ping raised the thin water sword in his hand and turned it into 2 sword dragons, which roared and rushed into the Mara's army. Seeing that more than 20 of the Mara's army had been bitten by the 2 sword dragons, and that the Mara had finally relied on their numbers to defeat the 2 sword dragons, Lu Ping suddenly loosened his hand and shouted, "Disperse!" The 2 sword dragons immediately dispersed and merged, turning into a torrent that immediately swept more than 10 Maras into the torrent and disappeared. When the many Maras dispersed the torrent again, it turned into a lake, rolling up piles of silver waves. Every time a wave rolled over a Mara's body, It was as if Mara's body had been dismembered. Lu Ping's triple kill had injured 40 to 50 Maras that had pounced on him. This not only shocked the other early Dharma adepts of the Green Sea Snakes, but even Chu Haitian was shocked by Lu Ping's methods. At this time, there were not many Maras that had fallen under the Jade Sky Sword, only 20 to 30 of them. Lu Ping's strong methods had obviously angered the high-level Mara hidden in the Mara's army. A roar came from the Mara's army. Lu Ping's expression changed and he said, "Be careful, it's a blood demon." The other early Dharma adept of the Green Sea Snakes was called Chu Haiping. Without waiting for Lu Ping's warning, at the moment the roar sounded, with him as the center, densely packed transparent silk threads shot out in all directions, as if forming a huge net. The blood demon's soul-devouring power hit this net, causing the huge net to undulate like waves, but it was unable to affect Lu Ping and the others behind the huge net. Chu Haiping smiled proudly after receiving this attack from the blood demon. Seeing that the Mara's army was about to rush up again, he hurriedly retracted the transparent silk net. However, he heard Lu Ping shout, "Be careful!" When Chu Haiping looked up, he saw that a blood demon had appeared above the Mara's army. It was holding a smooth, jade-like object in its hand, and it suddenly knocked it in Chu Haiping's direction. A sound like a chime suddenly sounded in his head, and Chu Haiping's whole body suddenly froze in mid-air, as if he had been stunned. Chapter 1081. Not good. Due to Chu Haiping's carelessness, he was suddenly ambushed by the blood demons. This caused the 5 of them to reveal a flaw in their defense. Several Mara did not fear death and rushed forward. Chu Hailang and Chu Haitian joined hands to help. Chu Haitian flew to Chu Haiping's side and tried to wake him up, but he was powerless. Seeing that Mara's army was about to cut off the connection between the 5 of them and the Laozu, Chu Haitian couldn't help but feel anxious. At this moment, he heard Lu Ping shout, "Let me!" As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Ping appeared in front of Chu Haiping. He stretched out his finger and pointed at Chu Haiping's head while Chu Haitian cried out in alarm. Generally speaking, a confrontation of spiritual sense could only be resisted by the cultivator themselves. It was very difficult for others to get close. If they didn't handle it well, they would end up harming others. This was also the reason why Chu Haitian cried out in alarm when he saw Lu Ping pointing at Chu Haiping's head without thinking. An invisible flame invaded Chu Haiping's divine sense in an instant. A mass of divine sense that seemed to have been frozen tightly was gently burned by the flame. His entire divine sense seemed to have suddenly been stimulated. It suddenly melted and stretched out, but the invisible flame suddenly disappeared. Lu Ping immediately withdrew his finger. Chu Haiping howled miserably. His hair instantly stood on end. His forehead and back were instantly drenched in cold sweat. He stretched out his hand and was about to hit Lu Ping when he was stopped by Chu Haitian. He shouted, "Brother Ping, wake up!" Chu Haiping's dazed gaze finally recovered some spirit. Chu Haitian was overjoyed and said, "Brother Ping, how are you?" Chu Haiping looked to the front and saw Chu Hailang, Chu Haishao, and Lu Ping working together to block Mo Luo's pursuit. He hurriedly endured the searing pain in his head after being burned by the jade phosphorus soul fire and said bitterly, "I'm fine." After he finished speaking, he flicked his fingers repeatedly, and several sparkling and translucent silk threads shot out from his fingers, nailing a few Moros who had charged through the blockade of the 3 of them. He shouted, "Retreat! Don't let the Moros cut off our connection with 6th Grandfather and the others." Lu Ping and the others saw that Chu Haiping's face was pale, but his strength hadn't been affected much. They immediately began to slowly retreat. The 5 of them maintained their formation and caught up with Chu Fuyu and the others, who were more than 300 meters away. At this moment, the blood demon hiding among Mara's group appeared again and the chimes sounded in his hand. But this time, Chu Haiping was already prepared. The silk threads rolled back and wrapped around him, blocking the blood demon's soul-devouring magic power. Seeing this, the blood demon pointed the jade-like companion spiritual treasure in his hand at Chu Haiping, as if he was going to use some more powerful magic power. Chu Haiping was on guard, but he suddenly saw that the blood demon's companion spiritual treasure had just stretched out, but its head suddenly separated from its neck and flew into the sky. Chu Haiping was taken aback. He looked at the back of the group of devil luos, but no reinforcements had arrived. He looked to his left and right, and saw that the other four were doing their best to block the pursuing devil luo. Behind him, old ancestor Chu Fuyu and the other four were still doing their best to advance. Who was it that attacked just now? How could it be so strange that it could reap the life of a blood devil? Chu Haiping saw that Chu Haiping was distracted again at the critical moment of the battle. He couldn't help but say, "Brother Ping, don't look. That's Brother Lu's invisible sword." Chu Haiping's attacks intensified, and at the same time he said to Lu Ping, "Brother Lu, thank you very much." Lu Ping's dual flying swords were like a giant wave pushing the wave in front. The attack was like a tide, and there was no sign of stopping. The Mara's army was blocked dozens of feet away, unable to advance. Hearing Chu Haiping's thanks, Lu Ping just smiled and said, "It's what I should do." The five of them fought and retreated. During this time, there were several Blood Mara's sneak attacks, but they were all repelled by the five of them. Dozens of feet away, Chu Fuyu, Lao Zu, and the others were still advancing, but their speed was much slower. In front of the five of them, there were more than 10 Blood Mara, and a few Jade Shuras. 3 Jade Shuras had to work together to stop them. In the end, Chu Fuyu, Lao Zu, and the others had to work together to break through. If they hadn't, the 10 of them would have been completely surrounded. Because Chu Fuyu, Lao Zu, and the others were fighting hard at the front, Lu Ping, and the others were not facing too many attacks from the Blood Mara. As the group was steadily advancing, a sharp whistling sound came from afar. But before the whistling sound could be heard, a long knife that looked like a sickle was already coming for Chu Fuyu, Lao Zu, and the others. "Azura!" Patriarch Chu Fuyu bellowed, and a blue watery cloud rose up behind him. A one-horned eagle-clawed flood dragon emerged from the cloud, and a 5-feet-long saber fused with the horn of the Dharma idol. The Dharma idol let out a long roar, rushed out of the blue cloud, and collided with the scythe's spirit treasure. The entire sky within a radius of several thousand zhang fell silent, and only the loud bangs of the 2 spirit treasures could be heard in the world. Chu Haiping's divine will had just been damaged, and this loud noise shook his divine will even more. He could not help but cry out in pain, but there was no sound at all. Chu Fuyu's Dharma power flew backward, and his body was thrown backward. The 4 mid-Dharma adepts on both sides wanted to go forward to help, but a Jade Shura jumped out from each side and attacked them. At this time, Lu Ping and Chu Haitian suddenly attacked from the back of the 5 people. Chu Haiping and the others were still a little confused when they saw a Jade Shura and 2 Blood Shuras suddenly attack Mara's army. But they suddenly encountered Chu Haitian and Lu Ping in midair, and the 2 sides were engaged in another chaotic battle. Chu Haitian shouted and said, "Leave the Jade Shura to me. Finish off the other 2 quickly." The green cloud sword in his hand turned into a light snake that filled the sky, and then formed a huge moon in front of him. It was the bright moon over the sea. Supreme swordsmanship magic passed down from the green sea snakes. Lu Ping's expression was serious. The 2 flying swords in his hands combined, and with one strike, he sent one of the Blood Shura flying. Just as Lu Ping was about to use all his strength to finish off the remaining Blood Shura, Lu Ping's expression changed slightly, and he suddenly took a step back. At the same time, an auspicious cloud rose from where he had been standing, and then suddenly collapsed. In the midst of Mara's army, the figures of 2 demonic Shuras flashed by. Lu Ping was shocked. 2 Blood Shuras. At this moment, the Blood Shura that had been sent flying by Lu Ping had once again stood side by side with another Blood Shura. At the same time, 2 more Blood Shuras came out of the Mara's army and fought with Chu Haiping, and Chu Hailang. Lu Ping's heart was filled with ruthlessness. A 3-foot bell rose above his head, and Lu Shaohai jumped out from the void beside him. He used all his strength to hit the bell with the copper hammer in his hand. Clang! The surface of the 3-foot bell was instantly filled with dense cracks, and invisible sound waves spread in all directions. Among the Mara's army, the big and small Mara's bodies were all stunned, and some of the weaker ones fainted on the spot and fell to the sea. Lu Ping jumped up, stepping on the golden auspicious cloud. The two flying swords in his hands hovered in midair, and rays of sword light separated from the swords. 2 became 4, 4 became 8, and then turned into 129,600 rays of sword light. They rotated in midair, forming a huge whirlpool of swordsmanship. Taking advantage of the moment when the imitation of the vast sea bell was shocked, it crashed into the Mara's army in one fell swoop. The two blood demons hidden among the Mara's army tried to dispel the shock of the small sea bell. Unexpectedly, the whirlpool of sword light took the opportunity to suck one of the blood demons into it. Before it could resist, the whirlpool of sword light had crushed it along with its accompanying spiritual treasure. The other blood demon dodged the strangulation of the Sea of 100 Rivers. The accompanying spiritual treasure in its hand lit up with a spiritual light, and the surrounding Mara, who had not been sucked into the whirlpool of sword light, immediately woke up and dodged. Seeing this, the two blood demons hurried to attack Lu Ping, trying to stop Lu Ping's terrible swordsmanship. But Lu Ping stretched out his hand and pushed at the two blood demons. Suddenly, columns of water rose from the sea hundreds of feet below, entangling the two blood demons. The two blood demons were not afraid, and each used their innate magical powers. Before the water columns could reach them, they turned into water blades and water snakes, counterattacking Lu Ping. Unexpectedly, at this moment, a little man, about a foot tall, suddenly broke through the water mist and appeared in front of one of the blood demons. A 5-inch wooden sword left its hand and stabbed at the throat of one of the blood demons. The blood demon dodged and waved the accompanying spiritual treasure in its hand. A white light burst out from Lu Xiaoping's chest. With a crack, an intact top-grade spirit stone suddenly shattered, forming a light shield of spirit qi in front of Lu Xiaoping, blocking the blood demon's hasty attack. But Lu Xiaoping was still sent flying. But this was enough. At the moment when Lu Xiaoping was killed, a hole suddenly appeared in the blood demon's chest. The blood demon looked down at the sudden wound on its chest and made a gurgling sound. Starting from the wound, its whole body was slowly melting. The other blood demon had long been frightened by Lu Ping's mysterious methods. After breaking through the interference of Lu Ping's water-controlling magic, it ran back without looking back. Lu Ping's methods not only scared off Mara, who was chasing after him, but also shocked Chu Haiming and the others. If it were not for the fact that there was a great enemy fighting in front of them, they would have looked at Lu Ping as if he was a monster. The two flying swords didn't wait for the swords to be pulled back. The scattered sword heirs formed two sword-like dragons with the two swords as the center. They went for the Jade Shura, who was fighting Chu Haitian. Although the Jade Shura was fighting Chu Haitian, she could see everything around her. Seeing that the human was about to attack Chu Haitian from the front and back, she used her spirit treasure to attack Chu Haitian. It forced Chu Haitian to be on the defensive, and the Jade Shura took the chance to escape from Chu Haitian. She cast a space god power, and when she reappeared, she was hundreds of meters away. But when the Jade Shura was about to cast a space god power again, she suddenly made a strange noise. She ignored the hole in her thigh and went into the space door, disappearing from everyone's mind. This time, Chu Haiping and the others saw clearly that a blue flying sword appeared where the Jade Shura had been wounded. It flashed, and Lu Ping reached out his hand to take it. Chapter 1082. Although Chu Fuyu was wielding a second-level spirit treasure, the single-horned longsword, and had summoned his Dharma power to fight the Azuras, Chu Fuyu and Laozu were almost sent flying out of their formation. Although the appearance of the two Jade Shura had restrained the left and right flanks, two of the mid-adepts still managed to break free. They wanted to help Chu Fuyu and Laozu fend off the attack of the Azuras. However, before the two of them could do so, two more blood demons appeared from within the ranks of Mara to help the two Jade Shuras. The two mid-adepts hesitated for a moment. They did not know whether to help Chu Fuyu and Laozu, or to turn back and fend off the attacks of the two blood demons. Just then, Chu Haiping, Chu Haiming and Chu Hailang suddenly rushed forward. The three of them took action to block the two blood demons. One of the Dharma adepts was enraged and said, "Why are you guys here? Stand guard at the back." In a flash, Chu Haiping hid in the net of crystal wires that Chu Haiping had blown up and avoided a sneak attack from the blood demon. With a sweep of the flying spear in his hand, he forced the blood demon to retreat several feet. Then, he turned to the Dharma adept and said, "Seventh uncle, the ones behind us have been beaten back. With those two guarding us, there won't be a problem." The sudden appearance of the three of them actually solved the urgent situation of the two mid-adepts. The two hurriedly looked behind them and saw that Chu Haitian and Lu Ping had joined forces. The Mara army was actually more than 100 feet behind them, not daring to move forward. The two had no time to think about the reason. Although the battle between Chu Fuyu and Lao Zu and the Asuras was still at a stalemate, as time went on, they would definitely be at a disadvantage. Moreover, they were now deep within the encirclement of the Mara army. They could only enter and exit quickly without any pause. Otherwise, once they were surrounded by the army, even if the 10 of them were all Dharma adepts, it would be difficult to escape. With the addition of the two mid-Dharma adepts, the situation quickly turned for the better. Although Chu Fuyu, Lao Zu, and Chu Hailang could not defeat the Asuras did not dare to rush forward and block their advance. At this moment, the Mara army a few miles ahead was suddenly in chaos. Chu Fuyu, Lao Zu, and Chu Hailang's eyes narrowed as he shouted, "There, go!" On one side, they were fighting against the Devil Luo army that was harassing them from both sides. On the other side, they followed behind Patriarch Chu Fuyu, charging into the most chaotic and densely packed Devil Luo army several miles away. It was getting more and more difficult for the group of 10 to advance. The Asuras had been fighting with Chu Fuyu and Lao Zu all the way, and now that they were deep within the Mara army, it was like a tiger that had grown wings. Numerous blood Mara were summoned by the Asuras to join the battle, and the pressure on Lu Ping and the rest increased. At this moment, there was a cry of alarm from the Mara tribe in front of them, as if some great danger had occurred. The Mara tribe quickly dodged and opened up a path, but then they saw an Asuras rushing over. This time, Lu Ping and the rest were all shocked. Chu Fuyu and Lao Zu hurriedly called for the rest to shrink their formation and prepare to retreat, but then they saw two beams of flowing light, one strong and one weak, following closely behind the Asuras, taking advantage of the path that Mara had avoided to fly over. "Sixth brother, save me!" One of the two flowing lights was in front, and the other was behind. The cultivator at the back was obviously not in a good state. He was overjoyed to see Chu Fuyu and the rest and shouted loudly. Seeing this, Chu Fuyu and Lao Zu were also overjoyed and said, "Shrink, get ready to retreat." After saying this, Chu Fuyu and the flowing light in front of him attacked almost at the same time. The two of them worked together to temporarily repel the Asuras that were trying to cut off the connection between them. The two flowing lights landed in the crowd and met up with Chu Fuyu and the rest. "Eighth brother, how are you?" Chu Fuyu turned around and asked one of the obviously injured people. This person was obviously from the Green Sea Snakes, and he was also a late Dharma adept. However, at this moment, his breathing was unstable, and it was obvious that his injuries were very serious. The adept, who was called Eighth Brother, panted and said, "It's not life-threatening, but it's good enough to barely have 30% of my strength. If it weren't for Brother Yuan Yu's help, I would have most likely died in there." Chu Fuyu and Lao Zu thanked the Crystal Palace adept, Yuan Yu and Lao Zu, who were fighting side by side with him, and said, "Thank you, my friend, for saving my brother." Yuan Yu and Lao Zu had worked together to block the attack of an Asura. Their faces were somewhat solemn, and it was obvious that this attack had consumed a lot of their strength. Yuan Yu said, "I don't deserve it. This time, I was only working together with Brother Tianya to attack the formation." After saying this, Yuan Yu and Lao Zu glanced at the only human adept among Chu Fuyu and Lao Zu. Seeing this, Chu Fuyu and Lao Zu nodded slightly and said, "No matter what, I still have to thank you, my friend. Let's get through this first." As the two of them spoke, they had already started to retreat with Lu Ping and the others. However, behind them, two more Asuras were chasing in the direction that Yuan Yu, Lao Zu, and Tianya Lao Zu had come from. This made the number of Asuras increase to 4. Originally, the two Asuras were just harassing them, but with the help of the other two Asuras, they immediately joined forces to attack the group. Chu Fuyu and Yuan Yu and Lao Zu did their best to resist, and the 4 mid-Dharma adepts also did their best to help, but the situation was getting worse. Chu Tianya and Lao Zu, who were at the side, saw that the situation was not good and wanted to intervene. However, he saw the human early Dharma adept, Minor Repairs, who was not weak and was almost on par with their tribe's most outstanding third-generation adept, Chu Haitian, suddenly throw a jade bottle towards him. "Senior, the elixir inside may be of some use to you." Chu Tianya Laozu could not help but laugh. No one knew better than him what kind of injury he had. However, this human Minor Repairs was able to mix around with their tribe's practitioners, so he obviously had a deep relationship with them. Chu Tianya did not want to reject his good intentions, but he did not take the jade bottle too seriously. 8th grandfather, Brother Lu is now the most famous alchemy grandmaster on the 5 islands of phantom spirits. He was the one who cured father's injury. 13th uncle said that Brother Lu's alchemy skills are probably close to Grandmaster Yen Wujiu's. Chu Haitian saw that Chu Tianya Laozu had put away the jade bottle. It was obvious that he did not take the elixir Lu Ping had given him seriously, so he quickly spoke up. "Alchemy Grandmaster?" Chu Tianya Laozu was taken aback. In his opinion, people like Lu Ping's improvement in cultivation had already exhausted their energy on other things. He did not expect that this Minor Repairs in front of him had a good cultivation and was actually an alchemy grandmaster. This was quite amazing. However, Chu Tianya Laozu reacted immediately. Only then did he realize that Chu Tianyu, a late-stage great practitioner, was not in the rescue team this time. He casually swallowed an elixir in the jade bottle and asked anxiously, "Your father is injured? How is his injury?" Chu Tianyu was one of the strongest second-generation practitioners of the Green Sea Snakes. It was not impossible for him to achieve the pure Yang Dharma idol in the future. If it were not for his serious injury, Chu Tianyu would never let Chu Fuyu Laozu go out alone to rescue everyone. Without waiting for Chu Haitian to answer, Chu Fuyu shouted loudly, "8th brother, are you okay? Can you come up and help?" Chu Tianya did not dare to be negligent. He rushed towards Chu Fuyu and Yuan Yu Laozu, who were in the lead. However, before Chu Tianya could reach the two of them, his body suddenly shook and he said, "Good boy, this elixir is indeed useful. There is actually the smell of the spirit demon fruit in it. Do you have more? Give me another one." Lu Ping knew that this was a moment of life and death. He did not dare to be negligent. He threw another jade bottle over and said, "Senior, please use it sparingly. If this elixir is used repeatedly in a short period of time, the effect will be reduced." I know. As he spoke, Chu Tianya and Laozu also held a second disaster spiritual treasure in their hands. They attacked an Azura. Their momentum seemed weaker than that of Chu Fuyu and Yuan Yu Laozu, but they were not weaker than the combined forces of 4 mid-Dharma adepts. Although Lu Ping did not hesitate to throw 2 elixirs to Chu Tianya and Laozu, he felt a pain in his heart. This elixir was a kind of elixir that he had modified with reference to the Zhong Ding elixir and the Spirit Recovery elixir refined from the Spirit Demon Peach. It had the ability to heal injuries and restore essential yuan. He had only refined 6 of them, but now he had given 2 to Chu Tianya. However, Lu Ping naturally knew that this was not the time to be calculative about this. However, he still thought to himself, none of these great adepts are easy to deal with. They only ate one, and yet they could tell that there was a spirit demon fruit in it. This gave Lu Ping a fright. However, it seemed that the spirit demon fruit only surprised this great adept for a moment, and he did not take it too seriously. Everyone retreated as they fought. At this time, not only were the 4 Azuras working together to kill them, but a few Jade Shuras and a Jade Demon were also catching up. The situation was getting more and more dangerous. At this time, several great adepts and mid-stage adepts were using all their strength to resist the 4 Azuras. The Jade Shuras could only rely on Lu Ping and the other 4 early Dharma adepts to resist. Other than Lu Ping and Chu Haitian, the other 3 had already summoned their respective Dharma powers. They relied on their cooperation to resist the attacks of the Jade Shuras. Fortunately, Lu Ping had the cloud sail in his hand. At the same time, under the control of his majestic divine will, a jade phosphorus soul fire almost turned the cloud's sail into a burning cloud, which barely blocked most of the jade demon's attacks. At this time, Chu Fuyu and Lao Zu threw a few things in different directions. These things flew a few miles away and exploded together, like huge fireworks in the middle of the Mara group. This was a way to summon reinforcements. At the same time, it was also a signal to receive the foreign adepts who had broken through the siege. Chu Fuyu Laozu asked loudly, "How many people do you have this time?" Chu Tianya Laozu said, 5 people. 2 from the Crystal Palace, 1 from me, 1 from the Fire Phoenix, and 1 from the Kuan. We were supposed to attack together, but who would have thought that we would encounter the Sky Demon the moment we arrived? I don't know if the other 3 are dead or alive. Chu Fuyu Laozu said angrily, "Get to the point." Lu Ping's divine will moved. He had already sensed 2 strong auras rushing over from the Mara group. Judging by their speed, they could not be reinforcements. They could only be 2 Azuras. His heart suddenly sank. The 3 grand practitioners had probably already discovered them. Chu Fuyu Laozu did not ask before, but asked now. Obviously, he wanted to share the news with everyone. If things went wrong, as long as one of them could escape, they could bring the news back to the Phantom Island. In 7 days, the overseas practitioners will attack the humans and demons. The Crystal Palace and our clan will each have a pure Yang Laozu to hold the line. There will be 15 grand practitioners and nearly 100 Dharma adepts. Chapter 1083. Without waiting for Chu Tianya Laozu to finish speaking, Mara, who was hundreds of feet away, had already dodged again. 2 Azuras roared and charged towards the group. Patriarch Yuan Yu bellowed, and a huge tiger Dharma idol rose above his head. The Dharma idol let out a loud roar, and the tiger's tail behind it transformed into a huge crystal whip, which lashed out at an Azura in front of it. Shockingly, it was another One Tribulation spirit treasure. Chu Tianya Laozu also summoned his own Dharma power. It was also a single-horned dragon, but this one had crocodile legs and prawn whiskers. It was different from Chu Fuyu Laozu's Dharma power. The 3 Laozu exerted their strength together and forced the few Azuras in front of them to retreat. Then they shouted, "Retreat, retreat quickly." However, at this moment, the Jade Demon, who had been hiding in the surroundings and taking the opportunity to sneak up on them, suddenly attacked. Despite being injured by Lu Ping's Jade Phosphorus Soulfire, a black soul fog broke through the cloud's sails obstruction. Lu Ping secretly thought, "Oh no," and shouted, "Be careful." Although the black fog had broken through the magic clouds, it was still weakened by the Jade Phosphorus Soulfire and the cloud sails. 3 of the 4 mid-Dharma adepts managed to avoid the attack in time. Only one of them, who had been injured in the battle earlier, was unable to avoid the fog in time and was enveloped by the fog. The Azura, who was being held back by the 4 of them, took the opportunity to break through. With one palm, he smashed the head of the adept who had been pinned by the Jade Demon. This was the first person to die after breaking through Mara's encirclement. Uncle 16. Chu Haitian shouted and leaped up. A giant dragon circled above his head. Together with the other 3 mid-Dharma adepts, they blocked the gap that had been exposed. At the same time, he turned around and said, "Brother Lu." Lu Ping's expression was solemn as he nodded slightly. With a flick of his left hand, another flying sword shot out. It was surrounded by blue lightning and the true appearance of the sword could not be seen, but it was undoubtedly a spirit treasure. The water spirit sword's shapeless sword, the thin water flowing sword's 6 major sword techniques, and the Een water divine thunder attached to the blood orange sword. 4 flying swords flew out at once, completely covering the gap left by Lu Ping and Chu Haitian. At the same time, Lu Ping waved his hand and a small banner flew into his hand. He waved the banner in the direction of the Jade Demon and his divine sense was blown by a gentle breeze. Suddenly, his divine sense appeared beside the Jade Demon. The Jade Demon could feel that Lu Ping's divine will was like a giant hammer that had been thrown by a huge force. It was even burning with flames that made the Jade Demon's heart palpitate. This flame was fanned by the small banner, and it came crashing down on the Jade Demon's head in one fell swoop. The jade demon let out a shrill cry and a black crystal ball jumped out from the thick soul fog around its body. Then, there was a crisp crack and the surface of the crystal ball was instantly covered with fine cracks. Lu Ping's head was like a metal hammer that had been rebounded, and he jerked back violently. His face turned pale and 2 streams of blood flowed from his nostrils. There was a buzzing in his head and the 4 flying swords in the sky were also slightly scattered. Among them, the water spirit sword could no longer maintain its shapeless form and revealed its blade in midair. The crystal ball in the jade demon's hand, which was full of cracks, finally shattered. The jade demon turned and fled into the group of Mara and disappeared. Chu Haiping wanted to go up and ask Lu Ping about his situation, but he was startled by the sudden appearance of Lu Xiaoping in front of him. At this time, Lu Ping's voice rang out. "Brother Haiping, I'm fine here." When Chu Haiping looked over, Lu Ping smiled at him and swallowed a soul-nourishing elixir. Although his face was still slightly pale, it was obvious that he was much better now. A clash of divine will was the most dangerous. Although Lu Ping had used the cloud sail and the jade soul fire to injure the jade demon and destroy its accompanying spiritual treasure, Lu Ping himself had also suffered serious injuries. Even though he had swallowed an extremely precious soul-nourishing elixir, the sharp pain in his head still disturbed him from time to time. Without the interference of the jade demon, the few mid and early Dharma adepts finally did not feel as if their hands and feet were tied. Although the situation was still serious, it was a lot better than before. At this moment, 2 Asuras had already closed in on them. The 3 great adepts tried their best to resist, but they were no match for 6 Asuras. In an instant, the formation was broken, and everyone was suddenly in a situation where they were fighting on their own. There was a scream, and Lu Ping looked up hurriedly. He saw Chu Hailang being grabbed by the Asura, and his chest was pierced by the Asura's palm. His heart was still beating in the Asura's palm. Chu Hailang looked at the heart that had originally belonged to him, and his eyes were wide open. It was only when the heart entered the Asura's mouth that he lost his spirit. A jade Shura took the opportunity to attack. It went for the back of Chu Haijin and Chu Haiping. The 2 of them did not seem to realize the danger that was coming. A milky white light suddenly broke through the air, and the jade Shura was caught off guard and disappeared into its body. The jade Shura's body suddenly froze, but it was only for a moment, and the jade Shura broke free from the strangeness of the white light. However, this little bit of time was enough for Chu Hailang and Chu Haijin to realize the danger behind them. But at this time, Lu Ping himself was in great danger. He was being targeted by an Asura. Lu Ping quickly retreated, but the Asura was getting closer and closer to him. Suddenly, the Asura's body stopped, and the companion spiritual treasure in its hand casually flicked, and the water spirit sword was knocked out of its original shape, and it was thrown far away. The seeping sword skill's light screen, which was covered by the Een water god Thunder, was easily broken. The blood-orange sword screamed. Even the Sea of 100 Rivers only slowed the Asura down a little before it was broken. Lu Ping covered himself with his sleeves and swung the scissors in his left hand. This time, the Asura finally stopped moving. Then, the Asura's hands pushed outwards, and the 2 invisible rays of light couldn't cross each other at all. In his sleeves, the mantis kept shouting, I'll cut, why can't I cut it?" Lu Ping took the opportunity to pull away from the Asura again. He waved his hand, and the 4 flying swords protected his body again. The avatar hiding behind Lu Ping pulled his ear and looked at the Asura in the distance. The Asura's body shook, and the 2 lights that had broken the spirit treasure in half broke. It opened its mouth, and an icicle shot out. It sucked up the water vapor in the air, and the icicle grew larger and larger. The temperature around it kept dropping, and it almost froze the space around it. The dragon Dharma form was like an ant on a hot pan in Lu Ping's core space. The 12 gentian pearls surrounded the Dharma form and flickered. At the same time, the white jade lotus under Lu Ping's feet was peeled off layer by layer. Each layer that bloomed was attached with a layer of protective chi. When the white jade lotus had bloomed completely, Lu Ping was already protected by the protective heavenly water curtain. The purple-gold Dharma form auspicious cloud began to rise behind Lu Ping. The icicle broke through the layers of defense set by the 4 flying swords, and pierced through the white jade lotus's blooming water curtain. In the end, it broke through the Dharma form auspicious cloud's giant claw and pressed down on Lu Ping's chest. 12 5-colored rays of light were faintly discernible in the Dharma form auspicious cloud behind Lu Ping. The icicle that was pressed down by the giant claw suddenly exploded. A flush flashed across Lu Ping's face. In the end, he couldn't hold back and spat out a mouthful of blood on the white jade lotus in front of him. Countless formation patterns and runes flickered on the lotus petals, imprinting a layer of dense pink, which was obviously more enchanting. The Azura obviously didn't expect Lu Ping to be able to persist in front of it for so long. With a strange roar, it was about to pounce on him again. At this time, Lu Ping couldn't care about his Dharma form anymore. In the auspicious cloud behind him, the 12 5-colored rays of light echoed with the lotus formation pattern under his feet, and it was about to burst out. Right at this time, 2 long howls were heard, and 2 ferocious auras descended, immediately attracting the Azura's attention. A fiery red ray of light crashed in, and in the blink of an eye, the Azura that was chasing Lu Ping was engaged in a battle with the Azura. Among the earth-shaking roars, the surrounding void suddenly turned into a world of ice and fire. Lu Ping let out a long sigh of relief, and he felt as if he had just escaped from death. When he looked over, it turned out that 2 great practitioners had rushed over after seeing Chu Fuyu Laozu's distress signal. One of them was the Fire Phoenix race's great practitioner, Yen Chong Tian, who was battling the Azura that was chasing Lu Ping. The other human practitioner held a sharp sword in his hand, and every slash of his sword had the power to tear through the void. It was the great practitioner of Skyrend. Following closely behind these 2 great practitioners, another 7 or 8 Dharma adepts charged in, immediately alleviating the danger that Lu Ping and the others were in. However, without waiting for Lu Ping to catch his breath, a soul-piercing roar once again silenced the entire battlefield. Many Mara dodged, and the sky was filled with black clouds, covering half the sky in the blink of an eye. Lu Ping pulled the cloud sail behind him, and his whole body was wrapped tightly in the auspicious clouds. At this time, the entire battlefield finally recovered from the roar, and Chu Tianya could be heard shouting at the top of his lungs, "Heavenly Demon, the Heavenly Demon is here, retreat." The black fog rolled, and in an instant, a huge finger condensed in the middle of it, pointing towards the battlefield. Yuanyu Laozu shouted, and a white jade pagoda rose above his head, wanting to block it, but immediately after, there was a scream, and the white jade pagoda fell from his head. Yuanyu Laozu, a great late Dharma adept, held his head and rolled down from midair, taking a blow from the Azura that had caught up to him. He had lost half his life. "Scoundrel, how dare you!" A loud roar sounded like thunder, and boundless pure yang qi rolled over. The soul-devouring black fog in the sky began to shrink like melting snow, and the entire sky suddenly cleared up. A practitioner who seemed to have gathered all the light in the world came from the horizon, and at this moment, it was as if he was the only person left in this world. Pure Yang Laozu, there was actually a pure Yang Laozu hidden in Phantom City. Chapter 1084. There was actually a pure Yang Laozu hidden in Phantom City. Lu Ping was secretly surprised. Previously, even when Chengling Island was on the verge of being destroyed, this pure Yang adept had not appeared at all. Now, the few great cultivators who had broken into Phantom City to deliver the news had suddenly appeared. Could it be that these people had some other secret with them other than setting a date for the counterattack with the Phantom City cultivators? Lu Ping looked around him. At this time, Chu Haiying, Chu Haiping, and the others were still fighting with Mara. However, from their faces, one could not see the surprise that the pure Yang adept had appeared. Clearly, the existence of this pure Yang Laozu was kept a secret from the other small and medium-sized forces. The appearance of the pure Yang adept had completely suppressed the heavenly demons, and the 2 Azuras had broken away from their respective opponents to help the heavenly demons. The pressure on Lu Ping and the others was greatly reduced, but they were still not out of danger. This was especially so for Yuanyu Laozu, who had been ambushed by the heavenly demons and then taken a blow from the Azuras. He had almost completely lost his ability to fight. Everyone hurriedly retreated and met up with two groups of cultivators who had been fighting on the periphery of Mara's army. Although there were no great cultivators joining in, the number of mid-Dharma adepts had increased by 5 or 6. The number of Mara's army that was chasing after them was also increasing. There was a constant stream of people with battle powers above Mara's level joining in. Fortunately, at this time, everyone had gradually broken away from the encirclement of Mara's army. From being surrounded, they were now being chased. At least, they were no longer in a situation where they were surrounded by enemies. Chu Haiying and Chu Haiping were already seriously injured and were barely holding on. Chu Haitian was not much better off. Out of the 3 mid-Dharma adepts who had joined forces with him to fight against the Asuras, one had fallen. The remaining 2 were also pale as paper, both signs of internal injuries. Of the more than 10 Dharma adepts who had rushed to help, 3 had fallen as well. They had all been suddenly surrounded and killed in the midst of the chaotic battle. After the pure Yang Laozu appeared, he disappeared with the heavenly demons and the 2 Asuras who had left the battle. However, very quickly 2 more Asuras appeared. At this time, even Chu Fuyu Laozu was exhausted after fighting so many battles. To deal with 2 more Asuras, the great cultivators were unable to do so. They could only rely on the mid-Dharma adepts who had joined forces to fight. Fortunately, the battle that Lu Ping and the others were in had already attracted the attention of many people. In the distant sky, flashes of light kept flashing over, joining the battle with Mo Luo. The scale of the battle was getting larger and larger. It was no longer a battle that revolved around Lu Ping's group. Instead, it had become a huge chaotic battle. However, the strength of the human and demon clans was, after all, weak compared to the demonic Luo army. At this time, they were outside the Phantom City, and the demonic Luo army was constantly rushing over. The human and demon clans would soon fall into a predicament. Therefore, after rescuing a few great cultivators who had broken through the encirclement, the Phantom City cultivators began to slowly retreat towards the Phantom City. Lu Ping apologized to Chu Fuyu Laozu after the outcome of the battle had been decided. Then he wanted to find Tiankong Laozu. For this rescue battle, it could be said that Phantom City had turned out in full force. Almost all the Dharma adepts had participated in the battle. Tiankong Laozu must have also participated. However, until now, Lu Ping had not seen Tiankong Laozu. Unexpectedly, without waiting for Chu Fuyu Laozu to agree, Chu Tinya Laozu, who was at the side, had already said, "Kid, let me give you a small gift. Consider it as compensation for eating your elixir just now." Without waiting for Lu Ping to refuse, Tianya Laozu had already thrown a jade scroll over. Lu Ping had no choice but to catch it. After scanning it with his divine will, he saw 4 big words on the jade scroll: Thunderclap Sword Technique. It was a set of sword techniques that combined thunder techniques and swordsmanship. "Kid, I see that your swordsmanship is superb, and you also know how to use the water thunder technique. However, you are still far from being able to combine these 2 remarkable techniques. It is obvious that you are just trying to figure it out yourself. This set of sword techniques is a legacy that specifically combines 2 remarkable techniques. It is a pity that the old man did not manage to achieve a natural thunder attribute remarkable technique back then. This legacy is good for you." Lu Ping had originally wanted to refuse, but when he saw this set of legacy, he hesitated. Just as Tianya Laozu had said, Lu Ping's exploration of the combination of the 2 was still far from perfect. With this set of remarkable techniques as a reference, at least Lu Ping would be able to face Mara's army with more ease. After thanking Chu Tinya, Chu Fuyu Laozu ordered Chu Haitian and Lu Ping to look for Tiankong Laozu together. Lu Ping's heart moved. After thanking Chu Fuyu Laozu, he was about to leave with Chu Haitian when a sound transmission sword suddenly arrived. Lu Ping stretched out his hand to take a look and immediately frowned. Seeing this, Chu Haitian asked, "Brother Lu, is there news about Senior Tiankong of your sect?" A murderous look flashed between Lu Ping's eyebrows and he said, "Yes, Martial Uncle has returned to Phantom City, but he is seriously injured now. I have to rush back to Spirit Gathering Island as soon as possible." Chu Haitian said, "There is no time to lose, I will accompany you." No one knew what Lu Ping was thinking, but in the end, he did not reject Chu Haitian's good intentions. The two of them rode on the conveyance light to Spirit Gathering Island. When Lu Ping saw Tiankong Laozu again, his heart sank. His originally gray hair was now completely white, and the wrinkles on his eyebrows were like old tree bark. His whole person looked old and sick. Obviously, the injury this time had greatly damaged Tiankong Laozu's vitality, and he probably did not have much lifespan left. "Martial uncle, you." Old Ancestor Heavenly Peace smiled faintly and said, "This time, I fell into someone's trap and was chased by two Jade Azuras. I almost lost my life." "Who was it?" Lu Ping asked coldly. Old Ancestor Tian Kong shook his head and didn't answer Lu Ping's question. Instead, he said rather proudly, even though the few of them had the intention to lure two Jade Shura over, their methods were still too immature. Furthermore, Old Ancestor wasn't someone who was easy to deal with. Instead, he lured a few Blood Demon Shura over and everyone fell into a heavy encirclement, so we just had to perish together. Those few small cultivators were instantly dumbfounded. In the end, two of them died while I relied on the mountain-splitting axe to kill my way out. Ha! Tiankong Laozu laughed, but suddenly his face changed. His laughter suddenly turned into a violent cough, and then he coughed up blood. Lu Ping did not say anything, and he put a healing pill into his mouth, but Tiankong Laozu stopped him and said, "Don't waste it. I know it was not easy to make this pill, and it is not even as good as Brother Tianlu's Bell Cauldron pill. But this is an old sore relapse, and it is something that can kill me. It is not something that can be cured by a healing pill." Lu Ping took out a purple gold longevity pill and said, "Martial uncle, if that is the case, then this longevity pill can be used." Tiankong Laozu still shook his head, and he said, "I have already told you, any longevity pill used on the old man is a waste. The old man is very clear about his own injuries. The old man should have died more than 100 years ago, but he has been holding on for more than 100 years. He can die with no regrets." Lu Ping knew that Tiankong Laozu wanted to die a long time ago, but because of the sex friendship, he was able to hold on until now. Previously, Zhenling had plotted several times, and Tiankong Laozu always played the role of a pawn, always charging at the front. There were several battles in the Phantom City, and he was willing to be injured to protect Lu Ping. When Lu Ping and Chu Haitian came out of Tiankong Laozu's secret room, Chu Haitian asked in a low voice, "Brother Lu, what do you think about the cultivator who attacked Senior Tiankong?" Lu Ping's expression was cold, and he said in a cold voice, "Our sex foundation is not deep, so it is most likely because of jealousy. Moreover, I am afraid that this matter will fall on me. I am afraid that I have been in the limelight for too long, and I am afraid that I am an eyesore. Of course, it is also possible that our sect has unintentionally offended someone." Chu Haishao pondered deeply for a moment and seemed to be considering something, and then he tactfully said, "Senior Tiankong has always kept his mouth shut about the cultivator that assaulted and killed him. I think Senior has surely noticed something, but the power behind the assailant is too great, so you can only swallow your anger and humiliation." Lu Ping nodded, but he did not say anything. How could he not have thought of this? Seeing this, Chu Haitian said again, "Brother Lu, if your sect has any difficulties, don't forget about us, the Green Sea Snakes. Not to mention the fact that the Heavenly Feather Tribe's uncle's cultivation would have been destroyed if Brother Lu had not intervened. Even with our current relationship, there is no reason for us to stand by and do nothing." In the battle to receive the cultivators outside the city, there were 5 great adepts who charged in from outside the city. Among them, there were 2 from the Crystal Palace, and 1 each from the Green Sea Snakes, Kuinfish, and Fire Phoenix tribes. In the end, all 4 great adepts were seriously injured. Chu Tianya's injuries were considered light, and as for Yen Jiuyang Laozu from the Fire Phoenix tribe, he had completely disappeared. There was an 80% chance that he had died without even a trace. However, in order to receive the 5 of them, almost all the Dharma adepts in Phantom City had come out. After a huge battle, another 20 to 30 Dharma adepts had completely fallen. According to what Lu Ping knew, Shirling Island was guarded by one of the top 10 medium-sized sections. Originally, there were more than 20 Dharma adepts, but now there were only 12 or 13 left. The 5 islands of Phantom City had been surrounded for almost a year, and almost half of them had fallen. Yuanling Island was not much better, especially when the heavenly demons had led Mara's army to attack Yuanling Island. 15 years ago, there were close to 30 Dharma adepts. Now, the number of Dharma adepts left was about the same as that of Shirling Island. On average, each sect did not even have enough Dharma adepts. If Shirling Island and Yuanling Island were like this, then Jade Spirit Island, which was guarded by the 12 foreign demon tribes, was not much better. Phantom Island and Chungling Island were originally the strongest. Although Phantom Island was guarded by several great adepts from the 9 main sects, Phantom City was also the main direction of attack for Mara's army. Chungling Island had almost fallen after Poison Shura opened up a gap, and the casualties were even worse. After sending off Chu Haitian, 3 days later, Lu Ping once again came to the VIP room in the tea house in Phantom City. The middle Dharma adept from the Northern Alliance was already waiting there. "Elder Lin, you're early. Have you thought about the matter?" Lu Ping asked without beating around the bush. The middle-aged adept was no longer as confused as he had been the last time they met. Instead, he smiled and said, "I do have a portion of the Spirit Stone mine from the Northern Alliance, but Lu Daoyou's healing elixir is only worth a few top-grade Spirit Stones. Don't you think your appetite is too big?" Chapter 1085. Is it big? Lu Ping raised an eyebrow and glanced at Lin Jingtang from the corner of his eyes. "I have never forced you to do anything. If you think it's inappropriate, you can always look for other alchemists." Lin Jingtang pointed at Lu Ping. His anger had just risen, but he had to extinguish it. He said coldly, "You are making things difficult for me. In 4 days, the overseas cultivators' reinforcements will arrive. Where do you expect me to find alchemists now? Besides, if I could find other alchemists, I wouldn't have spent so much time looking for Lu Daoyu." Lu Ping smiled faintly and said, "Rather than being held hostage by others and having all your possessions become spoils of war for your enemies, why don't you let me take advantage of you now? That way, those people who want to make things difficult for you will be happy for nothing. Don't you agree, senior?" Lin Jingtang sneered. "You sure have your wishful thinking. How can you be so sure that I won't be able to escape? After I give them to you, if I manage to escape, wouldn't this little bit of wealth go to you for nothing? Oh, since you are so confident, senior, then there is no need for me to refine this pill. Senior, do as you please." Lin Jingtang was exasperated. Lu Ping said seriously, "What do you think are the chances of you escaping? Even if you manage to escape, what are the chances of the Northern Alliance surviving this disaster?" Lin Jingtang was silent. Half an hour later, Lin Jingtang left the tea house as if nothing had happened. In the VIP room, a storage bag was placed on the tea table in front of Lu Ping. Lu Ping weighed the bag in his hand and said, 300 supreme spiritual stones is a little too little. Lin Jingtang must have hidden quite a lot. With the Northern Alliance's reputation, they should be in the top 5 of the 9 sections. They should have at least 1,000 spiritual stones. There was a knock on the door and the tea house's manager walked in with a smile. "Junior brother Lu, you seem to have gained a lot." Lu Ping waved the storage bag in his hand and said, "Not bad, but it's less than I expected." The shopkeeper let out an "oh" and said, "Junior brother has been persuaded by that Lin Jingtang? Speaking of which, this is quite risky. If the 9 great sects who are plotting against the Northern Alliance find out about this, it will be very disadvantageous to our sect." Lu Ping said confidently, "He won't tell." Lu Ping stood up and walked out of the tea house. At the same time, he seemed to think of something and asked, "What's the background of the waiter in your shop?" The shopkeeper's expression tensed up as he said, "He's a servant I adopted in the Phantom City. Since he's quite intelligent, I taught him the cultivation method. Now, he's already at the late blood refining realm. Initially, I planned to take him in as my disciple if I could make some progress in the future." "Is there something wrong with this child?" Lu Ping shook his head and said, "That's not it. There's a problem with this child's bloodline. I'm afraid even he doesn't know that he's a mixed blood. The shopkeeper gasped and said, "How can that be? Then we can't take this child anymore. Junior brother Xianchu is a good example." "Why not?" The shopkeeper was stunned. He saw that Lu Ping's expression was erratic and unpredictable. He said, "Times have changed. Now, everyone in Junling recognizes junior brother Xianchu as our disciple. If that child can improve, what's wrong with taking him in?" "But the other sects? The other sects?" Before the shopkeeper could finish, he was interrupted by Lu Ping, who said, "Which sect in the North Sea dares to speak ill of our sect? Because of what happened to junior brother Xianchu, our sect was still in decline. Under the pressure of the various sects in the North Sea, we had no choice but to expel him. It was a great regret. Now, if anyone in the North Sea dares to use this as an excuse, they'll have to ask the sword in my hand if it agrees." Lu Ping released his aura and immediately retracted it. However, the shopkeeper beside him had already broken out in a cold sweat. The peak of the early Dharma stage, he's actually at the peak of the early Dharma stage. How is this possible? How is this possible? Of course. Lu Ping calmed his emotions and said calmly, "Although our sect does not discriminate based on one's background, if this child doesn't improve, then no one can help him. But from what senior brother Zhou said, this child seems to have some ambition?" Shopkeeper Zhou nodded and said, "That's right. But since this child is of mixed human and demon blood, if he continues to work as a waiter in this small shop, he will inevitably be discovered by others. When that time comes, it will be troublesome." Lu Ping waved his hand and said, "It's fine. He should be of mixed human and demon blood. His father or mother should be the first generation of mixed human and demon blood. But the demon blood in this child's body is very special. It's actually the blood of the Wood Phoenix. If I hadn't been fortunate enough to meet the people of the Wood Phoenix clan, I'm afraid I would have also misjudged him." Shopkeeper Zhou was a little confused. The Wood Phoenix clan? Didn't they go extinct a long time ago? Lu Ping looked at Shopkeeper Zhou and said, "The special talent of the Wood Phoenix clan is the main reason why they are on the verge of extinction, but at the same time, it is also the main reason why they will not go extinct." Shopkeeper Zhou didn't quite understand, but Lu Ping had already continued. "For human cultivators with the wood attribute Wood Phoenix bloodline, at the very least, they will have the talent to become a ling plant farmer and take care of the spiritual herbs and materials in the sect's treasures. This child originally has the pure blood of the demon race's Wood Phoenix bloodline. When he enters the blood condensation realm, among the 7 human bloodlines in his body, whether or not he has the wood attribute Wood Phoenix bloodline, his bloodline will undoubtedly be the Wood Phoenix bloodline. If he has both, then his talent will be extraordinary. In the future, if he is properly nurtured, not only will his cultivation of wood attribute spells be twice the result with half the effort, he will even have the ambition to become an alchemist." Shopkeeper Zhou was shocked by Lu Ping's words. He didn't hear the rest of what Lu Ping said, but one thing he understood was that he had picked up a treasure when he took in this servant out of kindness. In the future, if he took this servant in and nurtured him well, he might even have to rely on his student's achievements as a teacher. Although Shopkeeper Zhou was a 3rd-generation disciple of the Junling clan like Lu Ping and was also Lu Ping's senior brother, the difference in status between them was like heaven and earth. Shopkeeper Zhou didn't have the slightest disgust towards Lu Ping's orders. Instead, he repeatedly nodded in agreement. In the end, he stared blankly at the 2 storage pouches in his hands, but Lu Ping had already disappeared without a trace. Suddenly, Shopkeeper Zhou came to a realization. Of the 2 storage pouches Lu Ping left behind, one was for him, and the other was for the waiter. However, it was stated that the waiter could only be given to him after he advanced into the blood condensation realm. Shopkeeper Zhou didn't dare to open the storage pouch that Lu Ping left for the waiter, so he only opened the one that was left for him. Inside, there were neatly stacked high-grade spirit stones, more than 10 bottles of various kinds of spiritual pills, and 2 spirit-connected artifacts, one for offense and one for defense. Shopkeeper Zhou's hands trembled. A mid-stage core forging realm cultivator almost lost his grip on the storage pouch. After calming himself down, Shopkeeper Zhou finally recovered. He put away the 2 storage pouches and looked around. Suddenly, he was furious and shouted, Luan Xiaobei, where the hell have you been? You only know how to be absent-minded every day. Have you finished your homework for today? Well, do it again tonight? Go back to the backyard right now. If you don't finish your homework today, don't even think about eating the leftovers of my 5-grain nourishing soup today. The waiter, Zhou Xiaobei, didn't know what was wrong with the shopkeeper today. He was more than happy to be able to focus on his cultivation without having to run around. Why did the shopkeeper have to make such a scene? Zhou Xiaobei carefully held a small cup of unbrewed scented tea left behind by the senior in the VIP room. Then he ran to the backyard happily. From the books in the shopkeeper's collection, Zhou Xiaobei found out that this tea was most likely a top-grade spiritual tea. Just from the fact that the arcane energy in his body could circulate faster after he took a few sniffs of it, this bit of spiritual tea might be enough to help him break through to the 9th layer of the blood condensation realm. However, the spiritual spring water was still a problem. It would be a great waste if he didn't soak such a good spiritual tea in the spring water. It seemed like he still had to get some ideas from the shopkeeper. 7 days passed in the blink of an eye. Most of the cultivators of the human and demon races gathered in Phantom City, ready to join forces with the cultivators from the various overseas sects in this final battle. Under Lu Ping's repeated persuasion, Tiankong Laozu finally agreed not to participate in this battle, and Lu Ping also promised that he would join forces with the Green Sea Snakes this time and not act alone. Although the Green Sea Snakes had lost 3 Dharma adepts in the battle, and the rest were injured, after 7 days of recuperation, those who were not seriously injured had recovered their combat power. This time, Chu Tianyu and Laozu would also participate in the battle, so the number of Grand Adepts in the Green Sea Snakes had reached 3. If Lu Ping moved together with them, he should be able to ensure his own safety. Above the Phantom City, hundreds of Dharma Adepts stood in the air above the city walls. Below them, there was a dense crowd of core forging adepts. In the middle of these hundreds of Dharma adepts, there was an old man in his 60s who was surrounded by more than 10 grand adepts. Lu Ping recognized this man as the pure Yang Laozu who had forced the heavenly demons to retreat at the critical moment. Chu Haitian had already introduced him to this pure Yang adept as the Crystal Palace's Yuan Yen Laozu, who had been guarding the Phantom Palace's protective matrix. Other than the humans' Crystal Palace, the 9 great sects, and the 3 major demon tribes, no other forces, big or small, knew of his existence. It was precisely because of this pure Yang Laozu that the protective matrix of the Phantom 5 Islands could remain unbroken under the bombardment of Mara's army. Even when there was a crisis on Chengling Island, he could single-handedly control the matrix to resist the corrosion of the entire poisonous Azura tribe on the island's protective matrix, preventing the gap from expanding. Lu Ping's eyes flashed with green light, and his vision broke through the light fog outside the city to look at the sea a few miles away. He asked Chu Haitian in a low voice, "Brother Chu, how do you think the overseas practitioners' reinforcements will attack Mara's army outside the island?" Chu Haitian laughed softly and said, "They will use the thing that your sect desires the most as a means of attack." Chapter 1086. Lu Ping was slightly taken aback. He seemed to have vaguely guessed what method Chu Haitian was talking about. The sun had just risen, and the warm light made the light fog on the surface of the sea look like a dream. However, before the crowd could immerse themselves in the wonder of the sunrise, the sudden sound of war drums broke the silence of the morning and seemed to have awakened the dreamy light fog. The mottled colors of the war drums became more and more distinct, and finally, when the light fog that filled the sky dissipated under the rising sun, all the cultivators who had rushed to the top of Fantasy Spirit City suddenly let out a shout that even drowned out the sound of the drums in the sky. 6 huge black shadows broke through the barrier where the water and the sky met. Amidst the dull but vigorous sound of the war drums, they gradually revealed their majesty in the eyes of the cultivators of Fantasy Spirit City. Treasured ships, they were treasured ships. 6 huge treasured ships, with Fantasy Spirit City as their target, formed a huge fan-shaped attack formation from 6 different directions, creating huge waves on the surface of the sea. They were like the 6 ribs of this huge fan, and with a momentum that could topple mountains and overturn seas, they crushed towards Mara's army a few miles away from Fantasy Spirit City. Thump thump thump. Thump thump thump. Thump thump thump. 3 consecutive sounds of drums could be heard, and the 6 treasured ships shone brightly. Lu Ping's 3 pure true eyes were activated to the extreme, and he could clearly see that the various colored runes on the bodies of the treasured ships were being activated. Various colored protective barriers rose along the bodies of the ships, protecting the 6 treasured ships under the protective barrier of the formation. Mara's army finally began to move. Like a huge octopus stretching out 6 thick tentacles in the sky, they wrapped around the 6 treasured ships. All the cultivators above Fantasy Spirit City looked at the old man who stood at the highest point of the city with his hands clasped behind his back. He was the strongest pure yang cultivator on the 5 islands, Yuan Yen Laozu. Just waiting for his order, hundreds of Dharma adepts and nearly 1,000 core forging adepts would charge out of Fantasy Spirit City to join forces with the 6 treasured ships to attack Mara's army from the front and back. However, Yuan Yen Laozu remained quietly suspended in midair, his expression calm and silent. He quietly watched the battle that was about to erupt in the distance, as if he had decided to stand by and watch. Without Yuan Yen Laozu's order, no one dared to take a step out of Fantasy Spirit City. The commotion caused by the shocking appearance of the 6 treasured ships quickly calmed down. However, the more it was so, the more oppressive the atmosphere became. Among the core forging adepts standing above Fantasy Spirit City, many of the weak-willed ones had already begun to move back without a trace. The 5 thick tentacles collided with the 6 treasured ships one after another. Spiritual lights of different colors abruptly appeared in the sky, piecing together to form 6 different yet extremely beautiful scrolls. The 6 treasured ships were instantly submerged within the scrolls. Rumble. Kacha. Although the rumbling sound was late, it still shocked the many cultivators above Fantasy Spirit City, causing everyone's hearts to leap to their throats. Even the Dharma adepts floating in midair knew that such an attack would not be able to do anything to a single treasured ship. However, when they saw such a magnificent scene, they could not help but worry for the 6 treasured ships. Sure enough, the huge white wave fan on the horizon was still stretching. The 6 huge ships were like unromantic executioners, tearing apart the 6 beautiful paintings in one fell swoop. Their advance did not seem to stop at all. Immediately after, another wave of deafening cheers rang out. This time, it came from the top of the city walls of Phantom City. Treasured ships are the crystallization of the human race's weapon forging skills. If not for these treasured ships, the sea closest to the land would not have fallen into the hands of the human race. In the battle for the 5 islands of Fantasy Spirit City, the 3 main tribes and 12 races would not have been defeated by the overseas humans. In the end, they only managed to obtain 2 islands, Chengling and Yuling. Chu Haitian murmured, as if he was lamenting, but also as if he was speaking to Lu Ping beside him. Lu Ping asked, "Brother Chu, do you know which sect these 6 treasured ships belong to?" Chu Haitian glanced at them and said, "The 2 in the middle are the Crystal Palace's Idol Cloud and Jin. I'm not sure about the other 4. Lu Ping pointed to the outermost treasured ship in the east and said, "I've seen this Carefree before. It should be the Carefree sect's treasure ship." Although the 2 of them did not recognize the remaining 3 treasured ships, they knew that it was impossible for the North Sea and South Sea to send ships. Since the Northern Alliance was busy with their own affairs, it could only be the 3 main forces, Purple Talisman Pavilion, Skyrend, and Wind Thunder Island. As soon as he finished speaking, the treasured ship next to the Carefree sect launched the first attack. Boundless sword light peeled off from the treasured ship's shield and secretly covered the entire sky. Then, like a storm, it attacked Mara's army that was besieging the treasured ship. It was as if a huge window had been torn open in the sky. Then, it swallowed the Azuras that were besieging the treasured ship. One of the 6 tentacles that Mara's army stretched out was instantly cut off. The Skysplitter Sword Sect. This must be the treasured ship of the Skysplitter Sword Sect, the Skysplitter. Wasn't that narrow yet extremely long treasured ship like a peerless longsword that could cut through all obstacles? As the Heaven Splitter took the lead to attack, the other 5 treasured ships also launched attacks one after another. The 6 tentacles that Mara's army stretched out to test the waters were all cut off. At the same time, Lu Ping and the others also recognized that the treasured ship furthest to the west was Purple Talisman Pavilion's Fury, and the treasure ship next to it was Wind Thunder Island's Thunderclap. The attack of the 6 Debao ships had almost completely annihilated the probing Mara's army. This immediately infuriated the entire Mara clan, and at the same time, they also learned the strength of the 6 huge ships in front of them. A loud roar sounded from the Mara clan, and the entire Mara's army was mobilized again. This time, the Mara's army didn't split up to attack the 6 treasured ships. Instead, they turned southeast and headed toward the Carefree Sect's treasured ship, which was the outermost and also the weakest. They actually had the idea of attacking them one by one. The movement of Mara's army naturally attracted the attention of the other 5 treasured ships. The Heaven Splitter, which was the closest to the Carefree Sect's treasured ship, was the first to approach it. The other 4 treasured ships drew huge arcs on the surface of the sea and began to outflank it. Although the treasured ships were moving quite quickly, they were still not as agile as Mara's army. Other than the Heaven Splitter, which managed to reach the Carefree Sect's treasured ship in time, the other 4 Debao ships still needed some time to catch up. During this time, the Carefree Sect and the Heaven Splitter had no choice but to face the joint attack of Mara's army. This time, the Mara's army was clearly not in the same formation as before. The first group was led by 4 or 5 Azuras, and they were followed by several Jade Mara. Behind them, there was still a steady stream of Mara's army supporting them. Everyone in Phantom City once again looked at Yuan Yanlaozu, and this time, many Dharma adepts seemed to be asking why they weren't attacking at this time. Seeing that Mara's army was obviously going to attack them one by one, some of the black-bellied and anxious adepts were even secretly speculating about Yuan Yanlaozu's intentions. Just as the Carefree Sect was about to face the predicament of being besieged, dozens of streaks of light suddenly surged from the Carefree Sect. The 7 or 8 adepts in the lead were all great adepts of the late Dharma stage. The 2 sides collided in midair, and for a moment, the adepts on the Carefree Sect actually gained the upper hand, resisting the attack of Mara's army. However, Mara's army continued to send reinforcements, and the adepts on the Carefree Sect were mobilized in large numbers. Although they had gained the upper hand for a short period of time, as time went on, they would inevitably fall into a disadvantage and be besieged. At this time, from the nearby Heaven Splitter, dozens of streaks of light also surged, with 5 or 6 great adepts in the lead, heading towards the Carefree Sect to reinforce the Carefree Sect. At this time, even those with poor eyesight could see that, based on the quality of the 6 treasured ships, the 2 Crystal Palace treasured ships were undoubtedly the best, while the treasured ships of the Carefree Sect and the Purple Talisman Court were the worst. However, it was precisely because of this that the number of Dharma adepts stationed on the Carefree Sect and the Heaven Splitter was the highest. Just the 2 treasured ships with great adepts alone had a total of 12 people. As a result, the Carefree Sect and the Freedom Sect, which originally seemed to be the weakest, became the strongest after being replenished. As for the 2 Crystal Palace treasured ships in the middle, there were not many Dharma adepts guarding them, but in fact they were the weakest. The adepts on the Phantom City finally understood why Yuan Yanlaozu was so calm. It was obvious that Yuan Yanlaozu had already known that the reinforcements would be coming in this way. At this moment, a vast roar rang out from within Mara's army, and a thick black fog suddenly erupted from within Mara's army. In an instant, the Carefree Sect's treasured ship was shrouded in the soul-devouring fog. At this moment, a long roar suddenly rang out from the Carefree Sect, and a huge sound wave rolled out, pushing away the soul-devouring fog that had shrouded the Carefree Sect's skies. A dense, warm aura rose from the Carefree Sect, and all the cultivators who were affected by this aura felt as if they were bathed in sunlight. Pure Yang Laozu. The adepts who had seen Yuan Yanlaozu's power that day suddenly realized that one of the 2 Pure Yang Laozus who had come to the reinforcements was actually on the Carefree Sect. As for the other one, Everyone's eyes turned to the Freedom Sect, which was furthest away from them. The appearance of pure Yang Laozu had destroyed the might of the heavenly demons in one fell swoop. Although Mara's army still had the advantage of numbers, the morale of both the humans and demons was greatly boosted by the appearance of pure Yang Laozu. Relying on the protection of the two treasured ships, they were able to resist the invasion of Mara's army. It was at this moment that a soul-devouring black fog quietly blossomed in the midst of Mara's army. By the time the cultivators on Fantasy Spirit City noticed it and cried out in alarm, this soul-devouring black fog had already expanded to the point where it was comparable to the previous soul-devouring black fog. Another heavenly demon. There were actually two heavenly demons hidden in Mara's army. The 5 islands had been besieged by Mara's army for a year, but no one had ever discovered that there was a second heavenly demon hidden in Mara's army. It was also possible that someone had already discovered the second heavenly demon. Everyone looked at Yuan Yen Laozu again. Yuan Yen Laozu finally said, "Everyone from Fantasy Spirit City, fight." Chapter 1087. Following Yuan Yen Laozu's command, the cultivators of the 5 islands surged out of the Phantom City like a flood, charging towards the back of Mara's army. Lu Ping, Chu Haitian, Chu Haiji, Chu Haiping, and the others followed behind the Green Sea Snakes and the other great cultivators as they charged towards Mara's army. This time, however, was different. After the battle with Mara, the humans and demons no longer faced the danger of being surrounded by Mara's army. Instead, they advanced step by step. While restraining Mara's army from attacking the unfettered with all their might, they also tried their best to stay in line with the other ships that were surrounding them from the other 4 directions. While exerting the greatest pressure on Mara's army, they also forced Mara's army to slowly move towards the outskirts of the 5 islands of Phantom City. Although it was said that they were advancing step by step, in fact, the moment the battle began, the great cultivators had already charged towards the Azuras. The remaining mid- and early-stage cultivators tried their best to find the hidden Blood Mara and Jade Mara within Mara's army. At the same time, they also killed a large number of ordinary Mara, so as to reduce the pressure on the core forging adepts that came later. Behind the crowd, the core forging adepts behind the Dharma adepts finally charged over. At this time, after the Dharma adepts had selected, the danger within Mara's army had undoubtedly decreased significantly. In addition to the Phantom City cultivators launching a large-scale attack, the Dharma adepts on the other 4 ships also charged into the demonic Luo army to kill. This was especially so for the Dharma adepts on the Fu Rui and the Lei Jinghao. Although the Dharma adepts on the 2 ships had arrived the latest, they were the most powerful. With 10 great adepts leading the charge, the overall situation of the humans and demons took a turn for the better. Especially after the appearance of another Dharma form, Laozu, the situation became more and more favorable for the humans and demons. Mara's army seemed to have sensed something and began to slowly retreat towards the southeast. The appearance of the 3 pure Yang Laozu attracted the attention of 2 heavenly demons and 8 or 9 Azuras, which greatly restricted the high-end combat power of Mara's army. In the level of great cultivators, over 30 great cultivators of the human and demon races were outnumbered for a moment. Although it was not easy to achieve a result like killing an Azura in a short period of time, it was extremely easy to achieve a result when this favorable situation extended. Several Jade Mara were easily killed by the great cultivators who were free, and some of the mid-Dharma adepts also turned to deal with the Blood Mara, causing the entire situation to rapidly develop in the direction of the humans and demons. After the incident where Tiankong Laozu was plotted against, Lu Ping did not use his full strength this time. He only began to hunt the Blood Mara on the periphery, and when he encountered the Jade Mara, he turned and retreated. From the beginning to the end, he did not use his avatar or the Aqua Sword. Even so, after the initial chaos of the battle, Lu Ping had killed a Blood Azura and a Blood Demon. This time, Lu Ping was clearly lucky. When the Blood Demon died, its companion spiritual treasure did not explode along with it. However, at this moment, Lu Ping's divine will moved, and a black figure suddenly appeared near the fallen companion spiritual treasure and reached out to grab it. However, the moment his hand grabbed the companion's spiritual treasure firmly, Lu Ping's cold snort suddenly exploded in his head. Buzz. The black figure's head felt like it was about to split open, and his whole body froze. It was at this moment that a gentle breeze swept past, and the black figure felt a chill on his arm. When he looked down, he saw that the companion's spiritual treasure was falling towards the sea, and on top of the treasure was a severed arm that was firmly grasped. Ah! The black figure let out a shrill cry. He had just escaped from Lu Ping's divine will attack, but the pain of his severed arm once again overwhelmed all his senses. A spatial crack appeared on the surface of the sea, and after the companion's spiritual treasure entered it, the spatial crack immediately disappeared. Lu Ping hovered in midair, facing the black figure whose arm he had cut off, and did not take any further action. The black figure was a person completely shrouded in black clothes. Even with Lu Ping's divine will, he could not completely penetrate the black clothes that the black figure was wearing. He could only faintly sense that the person's aura was extremely strange. Two black figures slowly appeared behind the black figure with the severed arm. The three of them and Lu Ping silently faced each other, and after a moment, the three of them suddenly flew backward and slowly disappeared into the void. Lu Ping turned slightly and said, "Brother Chu, thank you very much." Chu Haitian appeared behind him out of nowhere, and said, "Even if I did not appear, these three people would not be a match for Brother Lu." Lu Ping asked, "Brother Chu, do you know where these three people came from?" Chu Haitian's face was also full of doubt. He shook his head and said, "I don't know, I have never heard of these people. That black clothes seem extremely strange, and the aura around these three people is also very strange." Lu Ping nodded. Although his divine will was tyrannical, and he had discovered more places than Chu Haitian, he still could not figure it out. He said, "I think these people must be the people who tried to plot against Marshal Granduncle." In the 5 islands of Phantom, under the protection of the major sects and the 3 major tribes, there is actually such a hidden force that has not been discovered. I am afraid that the force behind these people is extremely powerful. Indeed, I will inform the elders of this matter. I think they will also be interested in this matter. The other 4 treasure ships had already completed the roundabout turn, completely separating Mara's army from the Phantom City behind them. The reason why treasure ships were the symbols of large sects was because they themselves were huge war fortresses, and they were even called the second foundation of the various sects floating on the sea. When each treasure ship crashed into Mara's army, the power that erupted in an instant with the formation runes around the treasure ship as the foundation was close to a supreme divine ability. Moreover, the scope of the power was far from what a single cultivator could compare with. The entire area within a radius of 3 kilometers was the treasure ship's attack range. Therefore, after the 6 huge treasure ships changed their formation, they still formed a formation with a distance of 6 kilometers between each treasure ship and attacked Mara's army on the sea surface. Every time the treasure ship's divine ability exploded, the area that was 6 kilometers in front and 4 kilometers in the left and right was almost empty of Mara's army. Occasionally, there were Mara who were lucky enough to survive, but they were immediately wiped out by the cultivators that flew out from the treasure ships. The enormous power of the treasured ships, especially the power displayed after the formation of the 6 treasured ships, not only terrified the Devil Luo army, but also shocked the humans and demons into speechlessness by the scene in front of them. Lu Ping and Chu Haitian were working together to search for the Mara's army that had avoided the treasure ships. At this moment, a sound transmission magic sword that was specially used by Junling suddenly found Lu Ping. Lu Ping was startled and hastily checked the content of the sword. It turned out to be a message from Taoist Master Xian Su. In this battle, Junling had originally planned to deal with it passively. Although Lu Ping was nominally leading over 10 core forging cultivators to participate in the battle, Lu Ping had always been fighting together with Chu Haitian and the others. Under the leadership of Taoist Master Xian Su, the sect's core forging cultivators were only intercepting and killing the scattered Mara not far away from Fantasy Spirit City. Once there was danger, they would retreat into Fantasy Spirit City. However, not everyone was willing to accept the arrangement made by Lu Ping and Tiankong Laozu to protect their own sect's cultivators. At this time, on the sea nearly 100 miles away from Fantasy Spirit City, Xian Yong, Xian Feng, Xian Ling, Xian Heng, and Xian Peng had joined forces to besiege a group of Mara who had escaped from the treasure ship's killing array. The leader was a blood Azura, and there were only 7 or 8 Mara of different sizes. After escaping from the treasure ship's killing array, they were all badly injured and could no longer be considered a threat. Only this blood Azura was unharmed. What should we do? Should we kill them or not? If we don't kill them, we'll let them go. I think this blood Azura won't be stupid enough to entangle with us. Although Taoist Master Xian Peng only had one arm left, he had clearly recovered from the dispiritedness of losing his arm. At this time, he had successfully advanced to the 7th layer of the core forging realm. His understanding of array formations had also reached a new level. Over the past year, the cultivators who had survived the battle with Mara had all made rapid progress in their cultivation. After Xian Yong broke through to the 9th level of the core forging realm, Xian Feng followed closely behind and was now at the peak of the 8th level of the core forging realm. Xian Ling had also broken through to the 8th level of the core forging realm some time ago. Although Xian Heng's cultivation had not broken through, he was also at the peak of the 7th level of the core forging realm. The few of them had experience fighting against Blood Shura before, but that was only a tactic they used when they had no other choice. It was a strenuous fight, and the initiative was still in Blood Shura's hands. He could withdraw and retreat at any time. Now, the 5 of them obviously wanted to completely kill Blood Shura with their own strength. Xian Yong's cultivation had just broken through to the 9th level of the core forging realm, and he was full of confidence. He suddenly spat out a mouthful of smoke, almost igniting the surrounding air, and shouted, "Let's do it!" Xian Feng did not speak, but the spirit-raising flying sword in his hand began to buzz. Obviously, he was very excited about this battle. Xian Ling said helplessly, "Fight, fight. Anyway, you'll be reprimanded when we go back. I'll take care of grandfather." Taoist Xian Heng smiled bitterly. At this time, it was no longer important whether he objected or not. Even if he was not willing to take the risk, he would not leave his fellow disciples alone. "That's good." Taoist Xian Peng's hand changed continuously, and the formation plate of the simple killing array he had hastily set up suddenly exploded. Taoist Xian Peng shouted, "Hurry up, this killing array has been overstimulated by me. Try to finish this before the power of the killing array dissipates." The flame spear in Xian Yong's hand was already attacking the blood Azura from the front. He shouted, "Don't forget that junior brother Tianping is killing the blood Azura like cutting melons and vegetables. The gap is getting bigger and bigger. If we can't even deal with the blood Azura now, then we're just a bunch of good-for-nothings." Xian Yong's words seemed to ignite a long-hidden evil fire in everyone's heart. The attacks of the 5 of them suddenly went up a level, suppressing the blood Azura trapped in the killing array in one fell swoop. In the void in the distance, Chu Haitian smiled and said to Lu Ping next to him, "Brother Lu, it seems that your existence has put too much pressure on the senior and junior brothers of your sect." Chapter 1088. Under the siege of Xian Yong and the other 4, Blood Shura did not manage to escape in the end. However, after killing Blood Shura, the 5 of them were also exhausted. Xian Yong alone blocked most of Blood Shura's attack, but he suffered several wounds from Blood Shura and his internal organs were also shaken. He was the most seriously injured among the 5, but after Blood Shura's death, he was the one who laughed the most heartily. Lu Ping and Chu Haitian did not appear in front of everyone from beginning to end. After seeing the 5 people turn back to Phantom City after ambushing Blood Shura, the 2 of them left quietly. The battle outside Phantom City lasted for 2 days and 2 nights. The human and demon clans, led by 6 treasure ships and 3 pure young cultivators, finally won. During this period, there seemed to be some unspoken rumors. It seemed that during the critical period of the battle with Mara, the 2 skyscraping demons actually began to lead Mara's army to escape, and the 3 pure young Laozu were said to be entangled by several Azuras. In the end, they could only watch as the 2 skyscraping demons led a part of the most elite Mara army to escape. There were also rumors that when the second pure Yang Laozu appeared, the two skyscraping demons had already begun to escape, and the remaining Mara army was just a pretense to delay the pursuit of the cultivators of the human and demon clans. There were even rumors that when Mara's army retreated, the great cultivators of the human and demon clans and the three pure Yang Laozu encountered an even more terrifying opponent. The great cultivators finally retreated, allowing Mara's army to retreat calmly. In any case, the siege of Mara outside Phantom City was finally lifted. Although Mara's army suffered heavy casualties, the two skyscraping demons led several Asuras to escape from the three pure Yang Laozus. There was no doubt about this. As for how to escape, although there were many different opinions, the third rumor was naturally the most unbelievable. What a joke! To be able to make three pure Yang Laozu retreat, could it be that there was also a real spirit in Mara? 2 days later, Tiankong Laozu, Lu Ping, and Jiang Tianlin Laozu sat on the ground at Zhenling's encampment. Jiang Tianlin Laozu was one of the cultivators Zhenling had sent to participate in the battle of the illusionary spirit Five Islands. Before this, Jiang Tianlin Laozu had been on the Carefree faction's treasured ship and had been at the forefront of the battle against Mara's army. Lu Ping, on the other hand, had been wandering around the periphery and had never seen him. It wasn't until the demonic Luo army was defeated that Lu Ping met ancestor Jiang Tianlin outside the Xiaoyao sect's ship that the humans and monsters chased after the demonic Luo army. When Lu Ping saw Jiang Tianlin Laozu had a calamity spirit treasure wood floating above his head, and he was beating a jade shura. Old ancestor Jiang Tianlin was overjoyed to see Lu Ping. The spirit treasure above his head transformed into a small tree that had 108 tree leaves hanging from it, and the tree fluttered in the air, killing the jade Ashura with a single strike. After that, the two of them fought together. Although Jiang Tianlin Laozu didn't have a powerful calamity spirit treasure like Tiankong Laozu's mountain-splitting axe, Jiang Tianlin Laozu was much stronger than Tiankong Laozu. When the two of them worked together, they could even fight an Ashura. However, compared to Lu Ping's calmness when he saw Jiang Tianlin Laozu's power, Jiang Tianlin Laozu was much more shocked when he saw Lu Ping's performance. Once upon a time, this minor repairs in Zhenling, who was valued by others because of his appreciation, had now grown into a towering tree that was no less than his own. At this rate, it was only a matter of time before he surpassed him. As the two of them chased after Mara's army with the Carefree faction's treasured ship, they talked about the 5 islands of phantom spirits and the current situation in the North Sea. Only then did Lu Ping know that his teacher, Lu Tianling, had successfully passed the second Calamity Thunder more than half a year ago and reached the Middle Dharma stage. When Jiang Tianlin learned of Zhang Shi's death, he couldn't help but sigh. When he learned that Tiankong Laozu and Lu Ping had been noticed by a secret force on Phantom Spirits Island, he was also very surprised. He didn't know who else would have the ability to manage such a powerful force in such a secretive manner when the 5 islands of Phantom Spirits were under the control of the Crystal Palace, the 9 great sects, and the 3 great tribes. After the battle in Phantom Spirits City ended, the hundreds of Dharma adepts on the 6 treasured ships returned to Phantom Spirits Island to rest. Lu Ping and Jiang Tianlin Laozu returned to Spirit Gathering Island to discuss with Tiankong Laozu. So, Qianyuan City is still under Mara's siege, and the various forces under the Northern Alliance, as well as the many islands that Mara swept through, have all fallen into chaos because they lost the restraints of the Northern Alliance? Jiang Tianlin Laozu came from the North Sea, so he was much more informed than Lu Ping and Tiankong Laozu, who were trapped in the 5 islands of Phantom Spirits. That's right. Now, the old territories of the Northern Alliance are in chaos. Many overseas forces have secretly intervened, either openly or secretly, to steal the various training resources left by the Northern Alliance and to take over the businesses of the various forces under the Northern Alliance. Ever since Yi Laozu fell and Hanya Laozu led his people away, taking with him a large number of training resources that the Northern Alliance had accumulated over thousands of years, the 3 leaves of the Northern Alliance that used to dominate the East Sea is now only Yi Laozu, and he alone is holding the fort. Anyone with a discerning eye would know that the day Qianyuan City falls is the day the Northern Alliance dies. It is precisely because of this that the overseas training world has gathered forces to rescue the 5 islands of phantom spirits. Although they also pass by the Northern Alliance, none of the sects have proposed to rescue the Northern Alliance, even though everyone knows that as long as one treasured ship changes direction, the siege of Qianyuan City will be lifted immediately. What about our sect? What is our sect going to do? Tian Kong Laozu asked straightforwardly. Since everyone is reaping benefits, our sect naturally can't just stand by and watch. This time, you came to the East Sea not only to rescue the phantom spirits, but also for the matter of the Northern Alliance, right? After all, everything in the old territories of the Northern Alliance is just a small part, and Qianyuan City is the big one. Tian Kong Laozu paused, pointed at Lu Ping and said, "But this time, the old man won't participate. You go with this kid." Jiang Dunlin Laozu smiled. "Of course, our sect will not let go of such an opportunity. Martial Uncle Tian Fan and Martial Uncle Tian Shui have already sneaked into the East Sea." Tian Kong Laozu became spirited and said, "Could it be that this time, our sect is going to snatch the food from the hands of the Crystal Palace and the 8 major sects?" When the 2 Laozu, Tian Fan and Tian Shui, worked together, they were not any weaker than a great cultivator. The 2 of them secretly sneaked into the East Sea, obviously to take a bite out of the Northern Alliance when it was being divided. At this time, Lu Ping said, "This time, I'm afraid not only the Crystal Palace and the other 8 major sects, but also the monster race. Now that a large number of cultivators from the 3 major tribes and 12 races have gathered, and with the green sea snakes as pure Yang Laozu holding the line, they will naturally get a share of the loot." After saying that, Lu Ping also told the 2 Laozu that the cultivators of the Northern Alliance had fallen one by one, leaving only Lin Jingtang, and that Lin Jingtang had sought help from Lu Ping. Not only that, he also passed the 300 high-grade spiritual stones to Tian Kong Laozu, and Tian Kong Laozu signaled him to pass the spiritual stones to Jiang Tianlin. Lu Ping continued, "According to Lin Jingtang's guess, the fall of Tree Laozu was the work of the 3 major tribes of the monster race, so the collapse of the Northern Alliance will definitely involve the monster race." Tian Kong Laozu's expression changed, and he said, "Did Lin Jingtang escape?" Lu Ping shook his head and said, "I don't know. After all, he is a mid-Dharma adept, and we don't have enough people in Phantom City to keep an eye on him. However, he has indeed disappeared from Phantom City." Tian Kong Laozu nodded thoughtfully and said, "With the participation of the monster race, with the monster race's unruly nature, Qianyuan City will definitely be in a chaotic situation. This will give us a chance to fish in troubled waters. However, even if we can predict this situation, it's hard to guarantee that the other sects haven't. When the time comes, there will be too many wolves and not enough meat. It will still depend on strength and luck." 2 days later, Lu Ping, Jiang Tianlin, and Tian Kong Laozu returned to Jinling Island. They only stayed for a day, and Tian Kong Laozu brought a large number of spirit stones and the wind drumming technique that Lu Ping had obtained from the Phantom City Trade Fair. Jiang Tianlin Laozu originally wanted Tian Kong Laozu to continue guarding Phantom Island, while he, Lu Ping, and Tian Feng Laozu went to the Northern Alliance to help Tian Fan and Tian Shui. However, Tian Kong Laozu said, "Out of the 5 mid-Dharma adepts in our sect, 4 of them are in the East Sea. The North Sea is only left with brother Tian Xiang and disciple Tian Ling. In addition, they have to take care of the 2 important places, Frost Island and Scarlet Mist Island. How can they take care of everything? The battle on Phantom Island has caused great damage to the sects, so Tian Feng can take care of Phantom Island. As for the matter of the Northern Alliance, the 4 of you can go. The old man can't interfere." Jiang Tianlin Laozu was a little confused and was about to persuade him, but he saw Lu Ping shake his head slightly. He knew that there must be other reasons, so he could only let Tian Kong Laozu return to the North Sea. After Tian Kong Laozu left, both Tian Lin and Tian Feng Laozu looked at Lu Ping. Tian Feng said, "I say, disciple Lu, your uncle master has always been a lively person. How can I have the patience to stay in one place for a long time? Why do you want me to guard Phantom Island now? If you don't explain clearly, be careful that the old man doesn't tell on you behind your back." Lu Ping sighed and said, It's not that I'm being presumptuous. It's just that Uncle Master's lifespan is up. He's returning to the North Sea to make arrangements for his funeral. Tianlin and Tianfeng were both shocked. Tianfeng said loudly, "What? That's impossible. Uncle Master Tiankong should have at least 40 to 50 years left in his lifespan. How can he make arrangements for his funeral so soon?" Tianlin calmed down and immediately thought of something. He said, "But what happened on the Phantom Island?" Chapter 1089. Tiankong Laozu was going to use the remaining 20 years of his life to form a Dharma power soul. When this news came out of Lu Ping's mouth, the faces of Tianlin and Tianfeng, the two Laozu brothers, were filled with shock. Unexpectedly, they did not do anything extreme or say anything, only their eyes were filled with unconcealable grief. To form a Dharma power soul, at least two conditions had to be met. The first was that the practitioner had to go through at least one lightning tribulation, which was equivalent to refining the pure yang qi in order to preserve the Dharma power soul for a long time. The second condition was that the practitioner had to have at least 20 years of life to ensure that the practitioner had enough life force to sustain the formation of the Dharma power soul until the end. Regardless of whether the formation of the Dharma power soul was successful or not, regardless of how much more than 20 years of life the practitioner had left, there was only one outcome for the practitioner who formed the Dharma power soul, and that was death. In other words, for any practitioner, forming the Dharma power soul was actually a form of suicide. Who would choose suicide for no reason? Even if the lifespan of a mid-Dharma adept was at most 1,200 years, and 20 years was an extremely short period of time in his life, how many people would be willing and brave enough to give up the last 20 years of their life? Forming the Dharma power soul was entirely up to the practitioner, and if he was unwilling, no one could force him to form the Dharma power soul. Those who were willing to give up the last years of their life to form the Dharma power soul were all practitioners who had a great sense of belonging and honor to the sect, power, and organization they belonged to, and were willing to give up some things for. Just like Tiankong Laozu de Zhenling. Tiankong Laozu was willing to give up the last 20 years of his life to form the Dharma power soul because he wanted to repay the sect. He wanted to repay the sect for helping him accumulate the power to advance to the mid-Dharma power soul, and for helping him through the lightning tribulation and advance to the mid-Dharma power soul. He wanted to repay the sect for helping him get through the lightning tribulation and advance to the mid-Dharma power soul. The Dharma power soul was a different kind of inheritance, but it was also an orthodox one. It was a different kind of continuation of life. This kind of continuation existed in Jiang Tianlin, Zhang Shi, and even in Lu Ping. It was just that this continuation was not the original intention of the practitioner to form the Dharma power soul, but it came from the legacy of the Ying Tian sect, so they could not truly understand the true meaning of this inheritance. But now, when they were about to personally witness and experience Tiankong Laozu's determination, their courage, and their recognition of the sect, the shock that came from their hearts was something that even their hundreds of years of knowledge and experience could not withstand. Perhaps for a sect to be able to last for thousands of generations, what they needed was this kind of dedication from the disciples they nurtured. The three of them sighed and were no longer in the mood to discuss the Northern Alliance, so they went their separate ways. Tianfeng Laozu had already decided to guard Jingzhi Island for a period of time, while Lu Ping and Jiang Tianlin still had to make some preparations for the Northern Alliance. At this moment, the short-distance teleporter on Jingzhi Island suddenly began to flash. Only Hearing Waves Island was using this teleporter. Uncle Tianfeng, Uncle Tianfeng. Only Ji Xianxian could make such a big fuss. Tianfeng Laozu's mood was heavy, and Ji Xuanxuan's loud shout immediately triggered a nameless fire in his heart. He immediately shouted angrily, "Shout, what are you shouting for?" The enraged voice caused the entire jolting hibernation island to tremble. Ji Xuanxuan's shout was immediately choked back in fright. Tianfeng Laozu also realized that something urgent must have happened on Hearing Waves Island for Ji Xianxian to rush over at this time, so he calmed his mind and said, "Get over here, what's the matter?" Seeing this, Tianfeng Laozu and Lu Ping also knew that something must have happened, So they put down the preparations they were doing and returned to the secret room on Jingzhi Island. When they saw Ji Xianxian, the eyes of the 3 Dharma adepts lit up. At this moment, Ji Xuanxuan's aura was surging around him, and it was obvious that he had already accumulated enough strength at the 9th level of core forging and could prepare to smelt the 3rd heaven and earth spirit item. When Ji Xianxian saw Jiang Tianlin and Lu Ping, his expression became even more joyful, and his originally slightly anxious expression relaxed quite a bit. Seeing the 3 people's questioning gazes, Ji Xianxian hurriedly calmed down and said, "2 Uncle Masters, we found a Dharma adept who was washed to the beach by the tide early this morning outside Hearing Waves Island. We feel that something is strange, so we would like to invite 2 Uncle Masters over to take a look." Ji Xianxian naturally invited Tian Feng Laozu to come to Jingzhi Island, but now that Tian Lin Laozu was also present, he naturally had to invite both of them together. As for Lu Ping with their relationship, Ji Xianxian could completely ignore him. A Dharma adept who was seriously injured and on the verge of death? Now that the battle in Phantom City had just ended in the Fallen Mystery Land, the chaos in the Northern Alliance, which was closest to the Fallen Mystery Land, had caused the deaths of Dharma adepts to become somewhat common. But after all, it was a Dharma adept, and it just so happened that he had floated to Hearing Waves Island. The 3 of them looked at each other, and a trace of interest arose in them to go and take a look. On Hearing Waves Island, Yin Xianchu and Qi Lianing both looked as if they were facing a formidable enemy, guarding against the unconscious adept on the ground. Even though this adept's life force was continuously weakening, he was still a Dharma adept after all, and it was hard to guarantee that he would have any life-saving methods to attack at the last moment. Furthermore, this person was seriously injured and had floated along with the tide to Hearing Waves Island. What if some enemies followed any clues and found their way to Hearing Waves Island? It must be known that someone who could beat up this Dharma adept was not someone they could afford to offend. The teleporter on Hearing Waves Island was activated, and after a flash of light, Lu Ping and the others had already arrived. Tian Feng Laozu had already been to Hearing Waves Island a few times, so he could be considered to be familiar with the place. However, it was Tian Lin Laozu's first time here, and he looked at everything on the island with some interest, nodding his head in approval from time to time. Although Hearing Waves Island was only a medium-sized island, the East Sea was originally wealthier than the North Sea, and the training resources in the Fallen Mystery Land were even better than those in the East Sea. In addition, with the management of Lu Ping, Xian Chu, Qi Lianing, and the others, everything on Hearing Waves Island was even better than the 36 medium-sized islands under Jinling's jurisdiction. In the North Sea, there was also an island like this, and it was even better managed than Hearing Waves Island. That was Huangli Island. It was just that Huangli Island was also managed by Lu Ping, and until now, it was under Lu Ping's control. Jinling, from Tian Xiang Laozu to the 2nd and 3rd generation adepts, no one was willing or dared to compete with Lu Ping on this matter. Luckily, Lu Ping didn't have any intentions of forcibly occupying Huangli Island. Huangli Island was still an important place for Jinling, and it was also a training ground for many 4th and 5th generation adepts. Not only that, it was also their favorite training ground. Because for those who could complete the training here, the rewards would all be extremely tempting. On this point, both Lu Ping and Hu Lili were extremely generous. This was also one of the reasons why everyone in Jinling allowed Lu Ping to control Huangli Island. Even now, when he wasn't in Huangli Island, no one dared to find fault with him. And at this moment, Jiang Tianlin sensed that there was someone staring at him from afar. His senses were extremely sharp, and when he turned his head, he saw an extremely delicate and pretty girl with a hint of charm. Presumably, this was the confidant who had been assisting Lu Ping in managing Soundwave Island. However, why was this girl looking at him with such a strange gaze? It was as if there was something hidden in her gaze that was hard to fathom. Jiang Tianlin chased this strange feeling out of his mind and calmed himself down. However, he suddenly discovered that this feeling still existed. This time, it seemed like he had some sort of connection with this little girl. Jiang Tianlin and Laozu looked deeply at Qi Lianing. There was some doubt in their eyes, but in the end, they didn't discover anything special. In the end, they just laughed involuntarily and looked at Yin Xianchu. Yin Xianchu was still extremely respectful towards Jiang Tianlin. He bowed towards him, but still didn't call him martial uncle. Jiang Tianlin didn't mind. When he saw the surging aura around Yin Xianchu, his eyes brightened. Peak of core forging, 9th grade golden core. Not bad, not bad, not bad at all. Tianfeng Laozu also smiled with great gratification. It was obvious that he already knew about Yin Xuanchu's advancement. It could be seen that Yin Xuanchu's advancement to the peak of core forging was before Ji Xuanchuan's advancement to the 9th layer core forging. Jiang Tianlin then looked at the dying cultivator lying on the ground. However, what Jiang Tianlin didn't notice was that when Jiang Tianlin's gaze met Qi Lianying's, Lu Ping was also watching his expression without anyone noticing. Jiang Tianlin seemed to be moved, but in the end he couldn't discover anything. Lu Ping suddenly felt two kinds of feelings in his heart. One seemed to be lost, and the other was pride. The restriction on Qi Lianying's face had been dissolved by him, but Qi Lianying was determined to make Lu Ping change her original appearance again. She even made Lu Ping seal it personally, not letting anyone else see it except him. Although Ji Xianxian and Yin Xianchu knew about this, they naturally wouldn't spread the news. With Lu Ping's methods, after changing Qi Lianying's appearance and sealing it again, even Tianfeng Laozu, who was proficient in restrictive spells, couldn't see through it. This time, even Jiang Tianlin couldn't see through it. Just these two things alone naturally gave Lu Ping enough reason to be proud. A mid-Dharma adept. Jiang Tianlin frowned slightly and waved his right sleeve. A light breeze blew, and the cultivator lying on the ground was gently lifted and turned over. Why is it him? Lu Ping looked at the cultivator on the ground in surprise. Tianfeng Laozu and the others all looked at Lu Ping. Tianfeng Laozu was the first to ask, "Why, do you know him?" Lu Ping nodded and said, "What a coincidence. This person is none other than the Northern Alliance cultivator, Lin Jingtang, whom I mentioned before. I didn't expect him to be unable to escape in the end. Now that his life is gone, I'm afraid he can't be saved." Tianfeng Laozu suddenly became interested and said, "Let's see if we can save him and get something from him before he dies." Chapter 1090. Lu Ping pondered for a moment, then rummaged through his storage artifact. He found a dozen needle-shaped artifacts that had been left behind at some point. He then took out a jade bottle, opened it, and dipped the needle-shaped artifacts into it. When they came out, the entire artifact turned a golden color. At the same time, Lu Ping's purplish-blue inner yuan flowed under this golden color. If not for this, how could these needle-shaped artifacts not be corroded by the power of the myriad poison serum? The needle-shaped artifacts flew up one by one. Lu Ping's hands moved quickly, and in just a moment, he had stabbed the needles into different parts of Lin Jingtang's body. Lin Jingtang, who had already fallen into a coma, suddenly shook his body, and then his entire body straightened. His tightly closed eyes suddenly opened, and his eyeballs almost popped out. He let out a strange cry, and his entire body twitched violently. Drops of black blood began to seep out from his nose and ears. When the convulsions gradually stopped, Lin Jingtang's eyes also began to gradually regain their vigor and became brighter and brighter. It was obvious that he was in the final stages of recovery. "It's you!" Lin Jingtang's gaze swept across Tianlin, Tianfeng, Xianchu, and the others. In the end, his gaze landed on Lu Ping and a hint of surprise flashed across his eyes. Lu Ping smiled and said, "It's me. What a coincidence. I'm sure you understand the injuries on your body, so I won't say much. Hurry up, if there's anything you want to tell me, I'll try my best to do it. At least we didn't get to know each other in vain." Lin Jingtang closed his eyes slightly, then opened them again and said, "I'm at the end of my life. To be able to wake me up in such a situation, you truly are a master alchemist comparable to Yan Wujiu." Lu Ping smiled and said, "I used a secret technique. After the medicine's effects run out, you'll die for sure. There's not much time left." Lin Jingtang's expression was calm as he smiled and said, "I understand what you mean. The Northern Alliance will not be able to escape this time. I never thought that the human and demon races would actually work together on this matter. What you said earlier was right. Rather than letting the 8 major sects and the 3 major tribes take away the Northern Alliance's heritage, it's better to leave it to a medium-sized sect like Xinling. When you rise in the future, there will definitely be conflicts of interest with these sections. I'm sure they won't be happy then. At this moment, Lin Jingtang was clearly a little deranged. Lu Ping frowned slightly. He felt that he should stop him, but he was afraid that it would backfire. However, Lin Jingtang himself suddenly calmed down at this moment. He said coldly, "As long as you agree to help me kill someone, I'll tell you a secret treasure of the Northern Alliance." Don't worry, this secret treasure is extremely well hidden. It was originally jointly managed by Uncle Master Gui Chui and I. Aside from that, only the other 2 great cultivators and an elder of the Alliance know where the secret treasure is. However, apart from Uncle Master Gui Chui and I, no one else can take it away in a short amount of time. Lu Ping did not immediately agree. Instead, he asked, "Who do you want to kill?" Lin Jingtang suddenly smiled, and then a sliver of hatred appeared on his face. He said, "Hanya." Lu Ping was stunned, but Tianfeng Laozu had already leapt to his feet. He said, "What? Hanya? Hanya Laozu? The great cultivator from your Northern Alliance who left the Alliance? Are you kidding me? How can he kill him?" Lin Jingtang did not explain at all to Tianfeng Laozu's question. Instead, he laughed even harder. Like adding fuel to the fire, he revealed an even more shocking secret. Not only is he a great cultivator of the late Dharma stage, but he is also a spy that Wuxing School sent to the Alliance. The reason why the Alliance fell apart was because of this person. Now that he has broken out of the door, he will definitely return to the Broken Water Division of Wuxing School, Wuxing School, one of the 5 sacred grounds of Central Plains. Tianfeng Laozu stopped shouting, and everyone fell silent. Only Lin Jingtang's strange laughter could be heard as he lay on the ground. It was as if he was mocking everyone for being intimidated by Hanya Laozu's background, or as if he was mocking the destruction of the Northern Alliance. Lu Ping suddenly said, "What is in the hidden treasure?" Lin Jingtang's laughter stopped abruptly. Even Jiang Tianlin Laozu had to stop him now. He said, "Don't be rash." Lin Jingtang sat up from the ground with a whoosh, and then began to breathe heavily. Black blood dripped from his nostrils onto his clothes, but he tried his best to raise his head so that he could look up at Lu Ping. He. Lin Jingtang laughed again and said, "It's a cave of inheritance, and inside it is the resting place of the Northern Alliance's alchemists. How about it? As long as you swear an oath, I will immediately tell you the location of this cave and give you the method to take it away." The alchemist's place of inheritance, the treasure cave. Lu Ping was stunned. When he first came to the East Sea to participate in the Northern Alliance's alchemist meeting, he was in the top 6 and had the opportunity to enter the Northern Alliance's alchemist's place of inheritance. He had also obtained great benefits from it. The black prison poison fire in his hands was originally obtained from the treasure cave. However, at that time, the treasure cave that Lu Ping had entered was in danger of collapsing. The Northern Alliance had selected so many excellent alchemists to enter it to save the various alchemists' places of inheritance in the cave. So the treasure cave that Lin Jingtang was talking about was probably the place that the Northern Alliance used to store the alchemists' places of inheritance. You are an alchemist. You should know the importance of the Northern Alliance's alchemists' resting place of inheritance. This is one of the most valuable places of inheritance in the Alliance. This time, Lin Jingtang was afraid that Lu Ping would give up, so he continued, "Moreover, the old man does not want you to kill Hanya now. After all, that guy is a late Dharma adept. But if you have the chance in the future, you must kill him. He betrayed the Northern Alliance and betrayed Uncle Guiyi. It's a pity that Uncle Guiyi was possessed and became a partner with him. He did not listen to Uncle Chu Ye's advice at all. Otherwise, he would not have come to this." Lin Jingtang's words were still very clear at first, but towards the end, his consciousness began to blur. Many secrets about the Northern Alliance began to be revealed by him, but his words were not very clear. Although Lu Ping was also very interested in these secrets, Lin Jingtang's condition was obviously getting worse. Until now, he still had not told him the secret of opening and collecting the Heaven's Cave of Inheritance. Lu Ping quickly interrupted him and said, "All right, I promise you that I will take Hanya Laozu's life as a sacrifice to you in the future. Now, you can just tell me the location of the Heaven's Cave of Inheritance, as well as the method of opening and collecting it." Lin Jingtang's eyes brightened slightly, and he reluctantly told Lu Ping all this. After that, his consciousness became a little unclear again, and he continued to say, there was an easier way to open and collect the cave, which was a second tribulation spiritual treasure in Junior Master Churi's hand. Han Ye betrayed the Northern Alliance. Now it seems that Tri Laozu's speculation was probably correct, that Han Ye came for that spiritual treasure. It was said that the spiritual treasure was left by Shui Laozu, the founder of the Water Break branch of Wuxing School. It was not only the spiritual treasure that was most suitable for the divine sense of water break, but it also contained a big secret of the water break branch. However, Wuxing School sneered at this. Now it seems that all the disdain that Wuxing School put on was just to cover up. The spiritual treasure must contain the secret of the water break branch of Wuxing School. Unfortunately, Junior Master Gui didn't believe Junior Master Churi's advice and listened to Han Ye's words, thinking that it was Junior Master Churi's slander to his rival in love. Fortunately, even though Junior Master Churi offended Junior Master Guiyi, he didn't give the spiritual treasure in his hand to Han Ye. If Han Ye returned to Wuxing School, not only would he return empty-handed, but he would also damage the reputation of Wuxing School. Lin Jingtang's consciousness was growing fainter and fainter. He could only rely on his instincts to mumble incoherently. However, the contents of his words made everyone look at each other in dismay. Who would have thought that there was such a secret behind the destruction of the Northern Alliance? And that the Five Elements sect, one of the 5 great holy lands of the Central Plains, was the mastermind behind this incident? Lu Ping's hand flashed, and a pair of purple gold scissors appeared in Lu Ping's hand. The two mantises ran back and forth on Lu Ping's palm and arm, jabbering, "What are you doing?" "I'm fixing that stupid gourd." "You're getting more and more arrogant. You're even more arrogant than me. Why did you call me out?" Lu Ping ignored the mantises hooting and ignored the surprise on the faces of Tianfeng and Tianlin Laozu. Instead, he extended the scissors to Lin Jingtang and said, "Look, is this the spirit treasure you were talking about?" "Heaven's will." Lin Jingtang's eyes widened, and he wanted to say something, but he only managed to say one word. Then he spat out mouthfuls of black blood. He stretched out his arm as if he wanted to grab the scissors in Lu Ping's hand, but in the end, his arm fell to the ground. Lu Ping put away the spirit treasure and said, "Don't worry, I will never let Han Ye or anyone from Wuxing School get their hands on this pair of scissors." Lin Jingtang's shout suddenly stopped and he finally closed his eyes. Then, his whole body began to smile in the black blood. In the blink of an eye, there was only a pool of black blood seeping into the sand and a storage magic tool left on the ground. Lu Ping nodded at Qi Lianying and said, "Set up a nameless monument here." With a wave of his hand, he picked up the storage artifact on the ground and scanned it with his divine thought. Then he handed it to Jiang Tianlin and said with a smile, "I really didn't squeeze all the spirit stones out of this guy. There are still 200 highest grade spirit stones in it." Jiang Tianlin weighed the storage artifact in his hand and nodded. "This matter has been settled. It's time to prepare for Qinyuan City. Let's go back to Jingzha Island first." Tianfeng Laozu suddenly became anxious and said, Hey, don't go. What's the matter with the scissors? It's a second tribulation spirit treasure. Tell me, this is the 3rd second tribulation spirit treasure of our sect. Hey, don't go." Chapter 1091. Junling did not have a complete and huge inheritance of alchemists like the Northern Alliance, not to mention using a superior Grotto Heaven magic treasure to accommodate all kinds of inheritance tests left behind by past alchemists. This kind of inheritance test could often choose the most suitable alchemist to inherit the alchemist's legacy, which would also allow the alchemist to go further and higher in the future. Since the founding of Junling, even in the most glorious era of Tai Shen Laozu, There had never been such a grand occasion like now where there were 3 alchemists at the same time, not to mention that in addition to these 3 alchemists, Junling also had 8 or 9 master alchemists. Many cultivators in the North Sea believed that the reason why Junling was able to rise so quickly was that Junling had the most powerful alchemist group in the North Sea, which could provide sufficient alchemy for the entire Junling. As the person in charge of the entire Junling Pill Pavilion, Tianlu Laozu naturally had the idea of establishing a perfect alchemist inheritance system. To realize this idea, a very important reason was to have a grotto heaven that was specially used to bury alchemists, so that the inheritance tests set by these alchemists could be completely preserved. Tianlu Laozu, who had already reached the end of his life, was now thinking about this. As the other 2 alchemists with the highest status in Junling, Tianqin Laozu and Lu Ping naturally knew what Tianlu Laozu was thinking. Unfortunately, a grotto heaven magic treasure was not so easy to obtain. Originally, Jiang Tianlin Laozu had obtained a full void treasure restriction in a secret place in the Ying Tian sect. It was a rare grotto heaven magic treasure that had smelted 8 treasures, and its quality was even higher than the Jade Cave grotto heaven. It was an ideal magic treasure to carry the inheritance. Unfortunately, this magic treasure was obviously used as a spiritual herb garden, so Tianlu Laozu was naturally reluctant to destroy the spiritual herb garden to build a place of inheritance. Now that he was presented with such a great opportunity to obtain the North Alliance's Alchemist's Legacy Mystic Treasure, Lu Ping didn't even hesitate to swear an oath to kill a great cultivator. Hundreds of miles away from Qianyuan City, above the sea, Lu Ping and Jiang Tianlin covered their faces and flew all the way there. They landed on a deserted reef. Along the way, even with their level of cultivation, the 2 of them were still on tenterhooks. Early Dharma, mid-Dharma, late Dharma, humans, demons, all kinds of auras appeared within the range of their divine will from time to time. This caused the 2 of them to have to carefully avoid all kinds of intertwining divine will auras, deeply afraid that they would provoke something powerful. This time, the Northern Alliance was really doomed. Even if Mara's army could not break through Qianyuan City in the end, how could the various sects and clans that had already infiltrated the vicinity of Qianyuan Island let their trip be in vain? The 2 of them landed on the deserted reef, but for a moment, neither of them spoke. Witnessing the fall of a large sect with their own eyes, the 2 of them felt a little sad for a moment. The Northern Alliance actually did not have to be destroyed, it was just that with such a large number of forces gathered here, the Northern Alliance had to be destroyed. Martial Uncle, when will the 2 martial granduncles arrive? Lu Ping asked Jiang Tianlin, who was beside him. Tian Fan and Tian Shui had already snuck into the Eastern Sea ahead of them. They had agreed to meet here. Seeing the chaotic situation outside of Qianyuan Island, even if Tian Fan and Tian Shui had the strength to contend against a peak realm cultivator, they still couldn't help but feel worried. Jiang Dunlin and Laozu looked at the sun, silently calculating the time, and said, "They should be here soon." Indeed, not long after, 2 rays of light flew over, sticking close to the surface of the sea. After landing on the deserted reef, who else could it be but Tian Fan and Tian Shui, the 2 Laozu? However, at this moment, the 2 of them looked a little battered, as if they had just gone through a fierce battle. Jiang Dunlin hurriedly went forward and said, "Did the 2 martial uncles meet a strong enemy? Are you injured?" Tian Fan Laozu had an expression of lingering fear as he said, "This Qianyuan Island has simply become a tiger's den and a wolf's den. If not for the fact that both sides have their own misgivings and aren't willing to reveal their identities, I'm afraid it wouldn't be easy for us to escape." Tian Shui Laozu saw Lu Ping at the side, and his eyes lit up. "Brat, you came at the right time. Give me one of your qi recovery pills." Lu Ping unwillingly handed over a jade bottle and muttered softly, "This disciple has refined quite a lot of these pills. Don't tell me you don't have any on you?" Tian Shui Laozu glared at him and said, "What are you saying? With an alchemist grandmaster like you here, why would your martial granduncle need to use my own pills?" Finishing his sentence, he took out a pill from Lu Ping's jade bottle and swallowed it. After that, he passed the jade bottle to Tian Fan Laozu. Tian Fan Laozu smiled at Lu Ping and took out a pill from his bottle. After that, He was about to return the jade bottle to Lu Ping. Unexpectedly, it was snatched away by Tian Shui Laozu. This brat has always been rich. There's no need to be polite with him. After saying that, he unceremoniously kept the jade bottle into his interspatial mystic artifact. Lu Ping could only chuckle foolishly. Jiang Tianlin seemed to be familiar with Tian Shui Laozu's character. Regarding Tian Shui Laozu's teasing of Lu Ping, he turned a blind eye to it. He turned to Tian Fan Laozu and asked, "Martial uncles, how's your harvest this time?" Tian Fan Laozu's expression was grave as he replied, "It can be considered that we've gained something. It's just that the various powers that have entered the Northern Alliance's territory are very complicated. Many of the powers that originally belonged to the Northern Alliance have been wiped out. Fortunately, these powers that have entered the Northern Alliance are mostly hiding their heads but showing their tails. They have a tacit understanding with each other, restraining each other. As a result, there weren't any major conflicts. Your martial aunt Tian Shui and I managed to gain some benefits." After Tian Shui Laozu took Lu Ping's bottle of pills for himself, he didn't seem to be embarrassed at all. His expression was normal as he said, "This time, we've gained something from the Northern Alliance's territory. In this Qianyuan city, we're just helping out a little. The water inside is too deep. Along the way, we've already met 4 to 5 late Dharma realm cultivators' auras. How many did we not discover? These people are all people with powerful backgrounds. Our Zhenling city cannot be compared to them." When Jiang Tianlin heard that, he laughed bitterly and said, "This time, I'm afraid that even if we don't fight with these powerful sects, we won't be able to." Seeing the two's questioning gazes, Jiang Tianlin told them about Lin Jingtang's matter to Laozu. Tian Shui Laozu looked at Lu Ping and muttered, "As expected, he's a lucky kid. He even managed to get his hands on a second tribulation spiritual treasure. However, the Wuxing school is still a problem. We need to plan properly." Tian Fan Laozu muttered to himself for a moment. His expression revealed a trace of ruthlessness as he said, "This risk is worth taking. Not to mention that the Northern Alliance's hidden heavenly abode is hidden very well. In the entire Northern Alliance, only a few people know about it. Even if it's discovered by someone, as long as it's not pure Yang Laozu, your martial aunt Tian Shui and I can join hands to stop them. When the time comes, the two of you can work together to obtain that hidden heavenly abode." Tian Shui Laozu also said, "If we really manage to obtain this treasure, then this trip to the Eastern Sea will be considered a success. It's not suitable for us to participate in the matters of the Northern Alliance. No matter what kind of treasure we come across, we just need to let it go. This way, we don't want to be too greedy and attract the attention of others." Since they had already decided on a plan, the 4 of them concealed themselves and started to approach Heaven Essence City. By then, Heaven Essence City had fallen into a precarious state. Mo Luo, who was outside the city, was furiously attacking the great array protecting the island. Due to that, several openings had been opened up. Chapter 1092. From the very beginning, the Northern Alliance had already sown the seeds of disintegration. The reason for the Northern Alliance's founding was very simple. It was to find a way out for the large number of lone practitioners who had gathered in the northern region of the East Sea training world. The so-called Northern Alliance was just an alliance of lone practitioners in the northern seas. It was precisely because of the founding purpose of the Northern Alliance that the Northern Alliance adhered to the spirit of all rivers run into the sea, all flowers bloom together, and constantly absorbed the elites among the lone practitioners. It was also because of this reason that the Northern Alliance had only been founded 2,000 to 3,000 years ago, from a loose alliance of lone practitioners under the influence of the Crystal Palace, to a truly large sect. And in the thousands of years since then, the Northern Alliance had always maintained a stable development and status. At its peak, it once had 6 Dharma adepts, and at the very least, it had 3 Dharma adepts guarding Qianyuan Island. However, it was also because of this continuous absorption of elite practitioners that the Northern Alliance had not been able to truly establish a complete legacy system that belonged to the Northern Alliance itself. Those practitioners who were absorbed into the Northern Alliance might have extremely high qualifications and talents, but they had a kind of alienation from the Northern Alliance. They had no feelings for the Northern Alliance at all. At most, it was a mutual exchange of interests and mutual dependence, but there was no emotional connection. There were very few people who would truly contribute all that they had learned without reservation, using it as a basis for establishing a sect and perfecting its legacy. Furthermore, most of those who did so were lone practitioners. Although they were talented, most of them had incomplete legacies, and being able to train to the late Dharma stage was already a blessing from the heavens. It would be extremely difficult to form a pure yang Dharma power, and as for achieving the real soul, that was even more of a joke. There were many sects that had tens of thousands of years of legacies in the world of training, no matter big or small, but there had never been a large sect like the Northern Alliance. Since its founding, there had not been a single pure yang practitioner, not even the pure yang Laozu. This was also why the Northern Alliance had always been looked down upon by the major sects, and even those who were not as strong as them. The root cause was that the Northern Alliance had never sorted out a complete legacy system. These practitioners who joined the Northern Alliance midway had their own backgrounds and experiences, and they had long formed their own values. Because they did not have a sense of community, after these practitioners joined the Northern Alliance, they were naturally undisciplined, and they had formed their own selfish values after they joined the Northern Alliance. This caused them to either do whatever they wanted or fight for power and form their own factions. As time passed, the Northern Alliance's already lax rules became even more restrictive. The practitioners who joined the Northern Alliance could not differentiate between the good and the bad. Many of them had a bad reputation in the world of training, and there were even some rebellious sects who joined the Northern Alliance as a form of protection. This made the Northern Alliance even more envious and hateful, but there was nothing they could do about it. However, when the Northern Alliance finally came to an end due to their own reasons, the sects and forces who had previously endured would not mind stepping on them at this time and artificially speed up the process. Therefore, the mountain guarding formation of Qianyuan Island was broken so abruptly without any warning. As a result, the devil army that was attacking crazily was in a trance for a moment. Then, they let out bloodthirsty roars and charged into Qianyuan City. Without the mountain protection formation to rely on, even if the Mara's army had lost enough strength, it was still not something the cultivators of the Northern Alliance could stop. The entire Qianyuan Island suddenly became a slaughterhouse. As expected, the Great Formation has been broken. Lu Ping looked at the huge island with a radius of thousands of miles from a distance. This place would soon become the target of the human and demon races, as well as dozens of small and large forces. This formation must be broken. Jiang Tianlin also said the same. Tianfan Laozu opened the folding fan in his hand with a hua sound, then slowly folded it again. He said, "Let's go, someone is moving again. We need to find the heaven's inheritance of the Northern Alliance pillhouse as soon as possible." Although Mara had been exhausted by the cultivators of the Northern Alliance using the island protection formation, the Northern Alliance themselves were also exhausted. Not to mention, after a series of attacks, the morale of the Northern Alliance had long been low. When Mara suddenly attacked Qianyuan Island, both sides almost launched a mutual destruction strategy. At this time, the forces that had been lurking outside Qianyuan Island finally moved. Along the way, not only did Mara fall, but even the cultivators of the Northern Alliance died inexplicably, or the cultivators of the Northern Alliance who were fighting with Mara also died at the same time. The people who attacked were all hidden in the dark, but each of them had a high cultivation base, and their methods were more ruthless than the last. This situation was only discovered by the high-ranking cultivators of the Northern Alliance when the battle reached Qianyuan Hall. At this time, the cultivators of the Northern Alliance realized that things were developing in a direction that they could not accept. Although the remaining cultivators of the Northern Alliance were mainly cultivators cultivated by the Northern Alliance, there were still many cultivators who were originally rogue cultivators and came from small forces, but later joined the Northern Alliance. These cultivators saw that the Northern Alliance's power was lost, and that the mysterious power hiding in the dark was clearly trying to destroy the entire Northern Alliance. So, they all shouted that they wanted to sever their ties with the Northern Alliance, praying that they could escape with their lives. Unexpectedly, these people did not get the mercy of the various forces hiding in the dark. The cultivators who came from the Northern Alliance's lineage system, under the double blow of anger and despair, cursed, spineless, scum, traitor, and so on. They took the initiative to kill the cultivators of the former alliance, and in an instant, a tragic scene of mutual destruction played out in front of Qianyuan Hall. From beginning to end, the only great cultivator of the Northern Alliance, Guyi Laozu, did not show himself, nor did he do anything to stop the slaughter. It was as if Laozu had long since abandoned his disciples. This caused the cultivators of the Northern Alliance to feel even more despair. Many of the more violent cultivators saw this, and after killing those who begged for mercy, they chose to commit suicide. The scene unfolding in front of Qianyuan Hall seemed to signal the final curtain call of the Northern Alliance. But the surroundings were still silent. Only the majestic Qianyuan Hall stood tall. Its wide entrance seemed to mock the cowardice of the cultivators hiding in the shadows. It was like a bloody maw opened wide like a sacrificial bowl. It was unknown when, but several cultivators had appeared in the square of Qianyuan Hall. They seemed to be confronting each other, or discussing something. A moment later, their feet moved in unison, and their ethereal bodies suddenly disappeared into Qianyuan Hall. Silent battles played out all over Qianyuan Island. In order to snatch everything on Qianyuan Island, many cultivators would often fight each other for something they wanted. However, these fights often lasted only for a moment. Everyone knew that now was not the time to fight, but the time to snatch. They would not fight to the death for a single treasure, nor would they lose the chance to obtain more treasures. Lu Ping's group of 4 rushed through Qianyuan Island. Along the way, the 4 of them had fought several unfamiliar cultivators. Fortunately, the 4 of them were not weaklings. When they moved together, their opponents would often retreat. Even if they encountered a stronger cultivator, the 4 of them would just take a detour. In any case, they were not after the treasures that others wanted, so they did not want to get into conflict with others. After a while, the 4 of them walked in a more desolate direction. Suddenly, Tianfan Laozu stopped and sniffed the breeze. He said, "Someone is going in the same direction as us. Moreover, they are in front of us." In a remote area of Qianyuan Island, there were ravines everywhere, but it was extremely desolate. At a glance, one could tell that it was a barren place with extremely few cultivation resources. At this moment, 2 black shadows were rushing through it. "Teacher, where are we going?" Immortal Qin looked at the gloomy Hongye Laozu and carefully asked. "We are looking for something that can save our lives." Hongye Laozu said with a gloomy face, "It is a pity that senior sister Guyi has lost her mind and is unwilling to make a comeback. However, the old man wants to preserve the chi of inheritance for the Northern Alliance." As soon as he finished speaking, an earth-shaking explosion came from the direction of Qianyuan Hall. The entire Qianyuan Island was shaken by the explosion. Then, there were several roars of pain, like that of a wounded beast, and a woman's sharp and mournful laughter. Hongye Laozu and Immortal Qin stopped at the same time. Hongye Laozu's face flashed with sorrow, but his voice was calm and cold. "It's your senior Aunt Guyi. She has fallen in Qianyuan Hall." Immortal Qin felt an inexplicable chill. Qianyuan Hall was one of the Northern Alliance's most important heaven's inheritance. Guyi Laozu would rather die in glory than live in dishonor. Sure enough, a shout was heard. "Guyi, you're crazy." "Ha!" Guyi Laozu's laughter sounded like a ghost crying in the dark. "Didn't you want to take advantage of the situation? Why do you have to hide like this? Don't tell me I can't recognize you?" Yuan Li from the Crystal Palace, Ziyu Xiao from the Purple Talisman Pavilion, Lei Jingtian from the Wind and Thunder Island, and a few from the South Sea. I didn't expect there to be a few from the Demon Clan. How can I, Guyi, have so many people to accompany me in death? Ha! This woman is crazy. Let's join hands and kill her first. A loud shout was heard. A ray of light cut through the dark sky, and then more light rays rose in the night sky. Ha! Didn't you want to rob the Northern Alliance of everything? Here you go. Be careful, it's Gui Ye's second disaster spiritual treasure. Oh no, she's going to explode the spiritual treasure. Hide. Boom. A huge mushroom cloud shook the entire Qianyuan island again. There were muffled groans, screams, and curses. Gui Laozu immediately turned around and said, "Let's go." There was a hint of bitterness in her voice. Gui Laozu moved even faster. Immortal Qin looked at the mushroom cloud in the distance. He could still faintly hear Gui Laozu's mournful laughter and coughing due to serious injuries. Immortal Qin turned around and looked at Gui Laozu's bleak back, which was already dozens of feet away. The conveyance light under his feet sped up to catch up. Chapter 1093. Lu Ping's group of 4 crossed a desolate valley and arrived at the edge of a poisonous swamp. This was where Lin Jingtang had mentioned that Laozu had secretly stored the alchemist's inheritance grotto heaven. This poisonous swamp was well hidden and located in such a desolate place. Usually, very few practitioners of the Northern Alliance would be willing to come here. Moreover, when Laozu had entered the sky wall of poisons, he had taken a great risk to gather all the poisons inside and build this swamp. Even if a Dharma adept were to stay in it for a long time, they would slowly be affected by the poisons. However, this swamp naturally could not stop Lu Ping's group of 4. A dark light flashed across Jiang Tianlin and the other 3's bodies. It was Lu Ping's dark prison fire. As for Lu Ping, he was completely immune to all poisons, so moving through the swamp was like walking on flat ground. Just then, the 4 of them seemed to have noticed something at the same time. They immediately stopped and concealed their auras, carefully moving forward. You traitorous disciple, how dare you? Master, you can't blame me for this. The Northern Alliance no longer exists. I can't accompany you on this path. Cough, cough, you traitorous disciple. To think that the old man trusted you so much. The old man must have been blind. Master, can't you see it clearly? Today, the entire overseas cultivation world is going to destroy the Northern Alliance. How are we going to continue the Northern Alliance? With just the 2 of us, master and disciple? With this inheritance grotto heaven treasure? Master, you're too naive. The various sects and clans of the overseas cultivation world will not allow us to live under the banner of the Northern Alliance. You can live if you kill the old man. Without the old man's protection, what are you? Cough, 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 cough. Wrong, master, you're wrong again. What are we? He was an alchemist. Although I, Qin, am not as good as you, teacher, but I am also a senior alchemy grandmaster. As long as I change my appearance, which sect will not welcome me? Sigh, it would be great if you were the same, master. With your position, you and I would be protected better if we decided to join any sect. Alas, I've tried to sound you out along the way, but you're determined to continue the legacy of the Northern Alliance. I don't want to die with you. I'm sorry, master. Do you think that you can obtain the Heaven's Cave inheritance just because you killed the old man? Do you think that you can survive? Ha, you don't have to worry about that. Uncle Hanya has already promised me that as long as I go, I will be the chief alchemist. Uncle Hanya has a deep relationship with Wuxing School, so he will definitely return to Wuxing School in the future. When that time comes, I will be able to advance to the Dharma stage and become an alchemist grandmaster. It will not be a problem for me to reach your current position. So you've been in cahoots with Hanya for a long time. That's right. The talisman weapon you used to kill the old man was also left by Hanya for you. You evil disciple, you will die a horrible death. I don't know if I will die a horrible death, but master, you are really going to die now. It's too early for you to be happy. The power of a Dharma adept is not something you can understand. What is this? Intentional combat pill. In the darkness, a few rays of light suddenly appeared and then extinguished. Then, everything became quiet again. The appearance of 4 black shadows suddenly broke the silence of the night. Looking at the 2 people lying on the ground, one of them suddenly said in surprise, "So it's these 2 people. Who are they?" A woman's voice asked. That old man is the alchemist of the Northern Alliance, Hongye Laozu. The other one is his disciple, surnamed Qin. He is also an alchemist. It's just an internal conflict between master and disciple. Alright, it's more important to find the cloudy mist bottle. It was Lu Ping and the others. According to Lin Jingtang, the North Alliance's alchemist's grotto heaven of inheritance was placed here by progenitor Chu Yi. The name of the grotto heaven was the Crimson Meteor Vase. It's here. Jiang Tianlin was the first to discover the clues. However, when the rest of them walked to the front, they all frowned. The main body of the cloudy mist bottle was only a 3-foot-tall bottle with a thin neck. However, it was currently imprisoned in the swamp, leaving only a 3-inch-tall bottle mouth. The rest of the bottle was buried in the swamp filled with all kinds of poisons. Tianfan Laozu examined it carefully and said, "There are at least 4 earth veins restricting the bottle's body. The moment we try to break free, the bottle will overturn in the swamp. All sorts of poisonous substances and mud will enter the cave inheritance from the bottle opening. It's enough to destroy all the inheritances in the cave inheritance." Tian Shui Laozu also said, "According to Lin Jingtang's direction, although we can safely retrieve this cave inheritance, it will take too long. Right now, the entire Qianyuan Island is like a night parade of 100 ghosts. We are only ahead by a step because of our foresight. Once we hesitate, it's hard to guarantee that others won't find this place." Tian Shui Laozu said that the current Qianyuan Island was like a night parade of 100 ghosts. However, she didn't know that she was also one of the 100 ghosts. A golden light flashed in Lu Ping's hand, and a pair of scissors appeared in his hand. "If there's no other way, we can only use this method to remove the firewood from the bottom of the cauldron. We will forcefully cut off the earth veins that are restricting the spiritual treasure." The mantis appeared on Lu Ping's arm, and a pair of large blades waved majestically. "Finally, it's my turn to appear. You guys can be at ease. No matter what kind of earth veins or spiritual veins it is, we will just cut them off." "Why does this place look so familiar? Have I been here before?" Jiang Tianlin Laozu nodded his head. "That's the only thing we can do to prevent any unforeseen events. The 2 martial uncles and I will open this cave inheritance, and you will take the opportunity to cut off the earth veins that are restricting the cave inheritance. This way, it will definitely cause a huge commotion, but it will also buy us some time. As long as we can escape before the people on the island can react, this trip to Qianyuan Island will be considered a success." Jiang Tianlin, Tianfan, and Tian Shui, the 3 Laozu used all kinds of divine abilities to seal the mouth of the jade bottle. After that, the 3 of them looked at each other and said, "Rise." The 3 of them exerted their strength at the same time, and the cloudy mist bottle was lifted up. Within the swamp, with the cloudy mist bottle as the center, 4 bulges appeared, firmly restricting the cloudy mist bottle. Even with the 3 middle phase Laozu's combined strength, they were still unable to move the cloudy mist bottle out of the swamp. The entire poisonous mist swamp immediately boiled, and a dull rumbling sound echoed from afar, causing the entire ground to tremble. "Quick, there will be people coming over soon." Lu Ping held the golden water-cutting scissors in his hand and used it to cut one of the earth veins. 2 rays of golden light shot into the swamp, intersecting with each other. Just like a rope being forcefully pulled apart, the earth veins were cut off, and the bulging ground once again sank, leaving behind a 10 feet wide and 10 feet deep trench that extended far into the night. "Not good, the others will follow the trench and chase us here. Quickly cut." Jiang Tianlin Laozu saw that the situation was far from good, and hurriedly urged Lu Ping to act as soon as possible. Lu Ping's expression turned solemn, and the true yuan in his body surged like a surging river. The vigorous true yuan unceasingly poured into the scissors. 3 earth veins were cut off by the spiritual treasure in Lu Ping's hand, and a muffled peng sound rang out. Lu Ping then heard Tianfan and Tian Shui Laozu shout, "Not good." After losing the restriction of 4 earth veins, the cloud mist vase actually broke free from the 3 Laozu's restriction and flew into the sky. A straight jade pillar of light shot into the sky from the ground where the cloud mist vase was located. It was actually a large spirit vein. Just now, the cloud mist vase was condensed by the spirit energy of this large spirit vein, and it broke free from the three Laozu's restriction and was sent flying into the sky. This cloud mist vase was actually suppressing a large spirit vein. At this moment, Lu Ping no longer had the time to think about the reason. The commotion in the poison mist swamp had already alarmed the entire Qianyuan Island. Numerous rays of light rose from all directions, flying towards the cloud mist vase. In the dark, there were still many cultivators who were unwilling to reveal their identities. Tian Fan, Tian Shui, and Tian Lin, the three Laozus simultaneously flew towards the cloud mist vase. However, in the night sky, a black long whip suddenly lashed out. It was faster than the three Laozus as it lashed towards the cloud mist vase. "Thief, you dare!" Tian Fan Laozu shouted angrily. In his hand, a cold wind had already slashed towards the night sky. Immediately after, Tian Shui Laozu raised his hand, and a silver-white fog exploded in midair. That black long whip suddenly condensed a lot of ice crystals, causing it to become abnormally stiff. In an instant, it lost its original flexibility. At this moment, two golden rays of light crossed each other in midair. This black long whip was, after all, a peak-grade spirit-nurturing treasure. However, in an instant, it was cut into two by the golden rays. The half of the long whip that was wrapped around the cloud mist vase immediately fell to the ground. With a flash of light, the cloud mist vase was already in the hands of Jiang Tianlin and Laozu. In the blink of an eye, the four of them had not only seized back the treasure, they had also destroyed their opponent's treasure and inflicted heavy injuries on them. Two groans could be heard from the darkness. Clearly, they had received a blow from Tian Shui Laozu, as well as the damage to their internal organs due to the destruction of their treasures. The treasure has been cut into two. Chu Yi Laozu's treasure has actually landed in your hands. A cultivator's frightened voice could be heard from the darkness. Due to his injuries, he seemed to be out of breath. Tian Shui Laozu was about to pounce towards the darkness to silence that person. However, she was pulled back by Tian Fan Laozu. "Hurry up and leave. If we don't leave now, it will be too late." The spiritual chi pillar that soared into the sky was like an extremely conspicuous coordinate. It had already attracted more and more cultivators over. To be able to cause such a huge commotion, even an idiot would know that there must be a treasure of the Northern Alliance hidden here. Furthermore, that person's shout had been heard by many people. The treasure had been cut into two. Was it the second tribulation spiritual treasure that Wuxing School's Duanshui lineage had left behind and was obtained by Chu Yi Laozu? Just this piece of news was enough to attract the attention of the people on Qianyuan Island. Back then, when Chu Yi Laozu had perished on the illusionary spirit island, his second tribulation spiritual treasure had mysteriously disappeared. At that time, the 8 great sects and the Crystal Palace had announced that the spiritual treasure had been obtained by an assassin. Chapter 1094. Before the four of them left, Lu Ping waved his hand and brought the heavily injured and unconscious Hong Yi Laozu into the Golden House. Then, he transmitted a message to Samling to guard him. Even though Hong Yi Laozu was a Dharma cultivator, he was still an alchemist who could even plot against his own sect's disciple. With Samling's current cultivation, not to mention that he was heavily injured, even if he fully recovered, he might not be a match for Samling. When Tian Shui Laozu saw how Lu Ping was acting, she couldn't help but grumble, "What's the point of bringing him along? This fellow is a die-hard member of the Northern Alliance. When the time comes, it's fine if he doesn't submit to our sect. But if everyone knows about it, our sect won't be able to bear the consequences." Lu Ping replied, "Grand Uncle might not know this, but when I participated in the Northern Alliance's elixir gathering back then, it could be said that I received this person's grace. Furthermore, this person is the chief alchemist of the Northern Alliance. There's no harm in saving him." As he spoke, Lu Ping took Immortal Qin's storage artifact from the ground and used his divine sense to scan the artifact. After that, he took out a high-grade alchemy furnace and said, "Not bad." Tian Shui Laozu recalled that the old man was an alchemist grandmaster. Looking at the high-grade alchemy furnace in Lu Ping's hand, she said, "Since that's the case, bring him away first. If he doesn't submit, we can only kill him. Leaving him alive will bring disaster to the sect sooner or later." Guyi Laozu had perished in the Northern Alliance's most important inheritance secret land, Qianyuan Cave. He had also perished in the explosion of his second tribulation spiritual treasure. In the end, when he tried to destroy the giant spiritual vein on Qianyuan Island, he was finally surrounded and killed by the great cultivators of the various sections. However, even so, it was enough for all the sects to fly into a rage. This time, the various sects had come to divide up the Northern Alliance. From their point of view, everything in the Northern Alliance no longer belonged to the Northern Alliance. Instead, it was the private property of the various sections. The destruction of the Qianyuan Cave, the explosion of the Second Tribulation Spirit Treasure, the self-destruction of Guiyi Laozu did not damage the giant spirit vein on Qianyuan Island, but it had caused the spirit vein to leak. In addition, Guiyi Laozu had suffered heavy injuries and fallen cultivators during his self-destruction. This greatly reduced the benefits that the various sects had imagined. In their eyes, Guiyi Laozu's actions were akin to cutting their flesh. Therefore, when they suddenly discovered that outside of their tacit agreement, there was actually a group of people who had actually evaded their control and snatched a treasure from Qianyuan Island, these people were furious. There was someone who wanted to be the aureole behind the various sects of the human and demon races. What guts he had! More and more cultivators headed towards the poison fog swamp. Fortunately, the friar had been heavily injured by the four of them previously. At this moment he no longer dared to follow them. Furthermore, the soaring spiritual chi light pillar had attracted the attention of many people. Therefore, when the four of them quietly flew out of the poison fog swamp, they did not attract the attention of others. At this moment, Jiang Tianlin Laozu suddenly said, "That's not right. At this moment, everyone is heading towards the poison fog swamp. Only the four of us are heading outwards. It's very easy for others to notice us." Tian Shui Laozu said, "Then, should we head back?" Tian Fan Laozu said, "The risk is too high. Let's change our direction and split into two groups. One group will be in front while the other group will be behind. Just now we met the friar. He will definitely leak our information. Our group of four will be noticed immediately." Just as Tian Fan Laozu's voice faded, they suddenly heard someone shouting from behind, "Over here! Someone come quickly!" The four of them were instantly startled. The wind snow fans, the wooden block, and the formless water nether sword, these four rank 1 spiritual treasures simultaneously shot towards the source of the voice. The person in the darkness originally had an extremely powerful stealth secret technique. However, a single sentence from him had exposed his location. Seeing 4 rays of light flickering with intense spiritual fluctuations shooting towards him, the person only had time to say, "For spiritual treasures? What kind of joke is this?" Following which, after a loud explosion, there was no more sound. The four of them didn't dare to speak anymore. The cloudy mist vase returned to Tian Shui Laozu's hands. Tian Shui and Tian Fan Laozu took the lead to change their direction and began to sneak out of the island. As for Lu Ping and Jiang Tianlin, they followed the general direction of the two of them. Right at this moment, in the northwest direction of Qianyuan Island, there was a sudden tremor. When Lu Ping and Jiang Tianlin looked towards the direction where the sound came from, they saw a soaring light flame lighting up in the northwest direction. Intense waves of spiritual chi fluctuated in all directions from the flickering light flame. Obviously, there were people fighting there. Lu Ping and Jiang Tianlin looked at each other. Both of them could see a trace of rejoicing in each other's eyes. Obviously, the battle happening there would greatly reduce the possibility of Lu Ping and the others being discovered. However, before the two of them could finish rejoicing, a series of loud sounds rang out from the surroundings of Qianyuan Island. The sounds of fighting, killing, cursing, and miserable shrieks filled the sky. The entire Qianyuan Island, which had originally sunk into a strange silence, suddenly flared up. Due to fighting over everything left behind by the Northern Alliance on Qianyuan Island, the various powers of the human and demon races had finally lost control. The greed in their hearts caused the different powers to start fighting over one or more treasures. Furthermore, due to the arrival of reinforcements from both sides, the fighting escalated to the point of killing each other for treasures. The entire Qianyuan Island instantly became lively. As one of the few large sects in the overseas region, although the inheritance system of the Northern Alliance had various drawbacks, the overall strength of the Northern Alliance over the past thousands of years was unquestionable. Therefore, the thousands of years of foundation and accumulation of management inevitably caused Qianyuan Island, the headquarters of the Northern Alliance, to hide too many treasures of the Northern Alliance. The human and demon races may have a tacit understanding with each other in certain areas, such as the Northern Alliance's famous inheritance treasures, or Qianyuan City, and so on. But other areas, they couldn't be involved in all aspects, and it was impossible for them to be involved in all aspects. This was also the reason why Lu Ping's group was able to sneak into Qianyuan Island so easily. Even if they were discovered, they were still able to shake off their pursuers. The greater cultivators and the more important mid-stage cultivators had already gathered at the most important locations in the North Alliance. They were discussing how to divide the spoils among themselves. They couldn't care less about the leftovers. The chaos on Qianyuan Island also gave Lu Ping and the others a chance to regroup and break out of Qianyuan Island. After all, at this time, no one had time to care about the four of them. As long as the four of them were careful and did not participate in the battle for treasures, no one would find trouble with the four of them for no reason. However, the four of them carefully stayed away from the whirlpool of fighting, but it did not mean that the battle would not come to them. Two streaks of light came towards the four of them one after the other. It was obvious that the first group was fleeing, while the second group was chasing. Seeing that the situation was not right, Jiang Tunlin shouted anxiously, "Quickly dodge!" The four of them immediately dodged the two streaks of light. The first group of streaks of light passed by the four of them, while the second group was about to catch up. However, an item was suddenly thrown out from the first group of people, landing on Lu Ping and the others. Among the streaks of light in front, one of them cried out in surprise, "Senior brothers and sisters, we will lure them away. You all can bring this item back to the sect." Lu Ping and the others hastily retreated. Tian Fan Laozu said anxiously, "This item has nothing to do with us. Whoever wants it, just take it." However, it was already too late. A few people separated from the last group of people and rushed towards the four of them without any explanation. At the same time, two more people jumped out from the streaks of light and tried to snatch the item that had just landed. Tian Shui Laozu scolded, "Are you guys stupid? Didn't you hear us say that this item has nothing to do with us? Can't you see through such a simple trick to sow discord?" However, the four of them had no choice but to retaliate. In order to not escalate the conflict, the four of them used hand gestures and were suppressed by the 6 cultivators in front of them. However, very quickly, Lu Ping and the others discovered that the situation was not as they had imagined. After the 6 people in front of them snatched the item that had been thrown out by the first group of people, not only did they not retreat, they even increased their attacks because of the 4 of them's passive resistance. This was akin to treating the 4 of them as fat sheep, wanting to reap some benefits from them. Tian Shui Laozu's anger was overflowing. Seeing that the group of people had already chased after the first group of people, and there was no one else in the surroundings, she immediately said, "This old lady has had enough. You 3 men still want to continue acting?" Just as she finished speaking, Jiang Tianlin Laozu had already taken the initiative to attack. However, even though he was fast, Lu Ping was even faster. The cultivator who was fighting with Lu Ping saw that Lu Ping's cultivation was the lowest. Thus, he used the attitude of a cat toying with a mouse to fight with Lu Ping. Lu Ping had long been suppressing his anger. Furthermore, he had already set up a death trap for the people in front of him. Just as Jiang Tianlin Laozu took the initiative to attack, Lu Ping's thin flowing water sword suddenly increased in brightness. Under the panicked gaze of the cultivator in front of him, he counterattacked. Just as the friar was clumsily blocking Lu Ping's attack, which had suddenly increased in power by several times, before he could recover from his shock, The spectral aqua sword had already silently neared his neck. The person in front of him was after all a mid-dharma adept. His intuition, honed by life and death situations, quickly detected the danger. His body abruptly leaned to the side, and the spectral aqua sword slashed across, creating an extremely deep wound on the cultivator's shoulder. However, who was Lu Ping? He was someone who could seriously injure the Jade Shura in a head-on battle. Since when would he take a mid-dharma adept seriously? Just as the cultivator dodged to the side, a small person about a foot tall appeared in front of him. The person's facial features actually bore some resemblance to the early Dharma adept that he had fought with earlier. External incarnation. Just as this thought flashed across the cultivator's mind, the small person in front of him wielded a small sword, piercing through the cultivator's eyes. A scream could be heard, giving the other 5 a shock. When they turned to look, they saw Lu Ping use the blood-orange sword to break through the heavily injured cultivator's defense and pierce through his core space. You're tuning in to the Passion Pages YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.